All right. Good evening, everybody. Thank you very much for joining us today. It's a lovely Monday evening. Hope you're having a wonderful one. Thanks for being here. And thank you for the 27.6k likes here on TikTok. Thank you very, very, very much. I'm going to clap like I always do to appreciate you. Thanks a lot. Mr. Rebby Guy, good evening, sir. Good evening, and thank you for the roses. Thank you so much. Thanks everyone for your support. Thanks for the gifts. It's a light up being Mr. Remy. Well done. Esho, thank you very much. Good evening, my brother Koboko. I hope you don't beat people, Sha, because this your name is something else. But welcome. Glad to see you. Bumblebee. Thank you very much. Adez, Abby71, thank you very much. I'm seeing things on YouTube, apparently, sorry, on TikTok. Apparently, people have been typing stuff. I'm just saying now. South Africa is boiling now. The enemy, enemy. South Africa is boiling now. I see that. Lagos. Ila Yoruba ni baja, mi okusheta konta kon eshewe kuro leo. Thanks everyone. Abby71 as well. Thank you for liking the live. Lagos says they said enough is enough. They have started burning their shops and demand no more Igbo king in South Africa. Yes. Sad, right? It's been a while here. Well, good to see you, Moses Adeomi, Ẹkáàbọ, Ades, Lagos. All right. I didn't even think that was what I was going to be starting today's session. I thought I would start with let's start the way we want to start. Good afternoon, Mr. Adewale Gundepo. That's your surname. Every time I see it, I say something. I'm sure you don't mind. All right. Remy Guy, he says, I support South Africa. Since you guys don't want to leave this South Africa thing alone, might as well just talk about it. So it's a two-way thing, right? Number one is because they call themselves Biafrans, to be fair, and I don't think it's good to not acknowledge what they say they are. So they say that they are Biafrans. And then they go to other people's places or spaces and begin to appoint kings and have coronations and installations and things like that. People have been talking about it. You see, it started in Nigeria. This thing did not start abroad though. It started in Nigeria. People started saying things like, we are uncomfortable with you having kings outside your enclave, right? Don't do it anymore. Lagos had to pass a bill into law, essentially to discourage these kind of things. They said it was because Yoruba people hated Igbos. Then they did this in Ghana, and you saw the clip at the time when the king was saying that they had bought a particular piece of land. They're going to create a new space. They're going to have an Igbo village. They'll have schools and stuff. It's going to be their own community, and he's going to be he's essentially at the time was already the Igwe, was the king in another person's land, another person's country. They said, oh, Ghana hates Nigerians, they are bad people and everything. And now you have an Igwe in it's in Eastern London, East London, Cape, or whatever they call it in South Africa. I just hope to God that nobody calls South Africans xenophobic for doing this. There's only so much stupidity people can take. At some point, people just say enough. Now, and this is the second part, I know there are South Africans who are trying to take out their because they're going through tough times. And when things like this happen, you look for the low-hanging fruits, and for the most part, it's immigrants, and you're able to latch onto them and say, "Oh, they've taken your jobs, and they've done this and they've done that," and so they get angry, and so there are people like that. And of course, you also have people saying things like, "Oh, when you had nothing, we all." By the way, if you're a Nigerian, this is my advice, by the way. If you're a Nigerian, you live in South Africa, or you talk to South Africans, please resist the urge to remind them that you helped them during apartheid. Why? Because using that as a crutch, like as a get out of jail free card, like you can do anything you want because you helped them when they were under apartheid. Who cares? Is it good for them to be appreciative and be grateful for what you did, for what Nigeria did? Yes. We gave the leaders of ANC at the time passports to be able to travel. Civil servants donated the money. Even school children donated money so that they could, send to help folks in South Africa. All that is true. But you can't go to another person's land and constitute yourself as a nuisance. And then when they say they don't like it, you say, skinny con years ago, we put money together and helped you. Who cares? If you help, they could they might as well just pack your money and give it back to you so that you can stop being a nuisance in their land. And that's what I see a lot of people doing. Saying we helped them when they were under apartheid. I don't know how. Why must you bring it up every time? Saying because we are all blacks. So because we are all blacks, you go to their country and scatter everywhere. They're complaining about drugs and prostitution and all those things. People are saying, okay, maybe it's because of... You now went there and installed kings. The Zulu guys got involved. People are angry. And so the way things are is, you go to a particular place, people already have their own local issues. Your business there is to work, make money, make the place better in your own way, contribute your own quota, and then send some money home, hopefully. That's it. Make the place better and contribute your quota in that place and at home. That's it. Not be say you can't go to their land, can't tell and say, I get an idea about kingdom where I want to create for your own land. Say it's not a big deal. It may not be a big deal where you come from. It may be a big deal to them. And here's the problem. People don't understand the fact that when you leave your home, I don't care if it's across town, across state, across country. Once you leave, the culture of the host community is what you abide by, not where you're coming from. They don't have to learn anything about you. They should, but they don't have to. They don't owe you that. If they do it, it's just out of courtesy. You have a duty to learn about where you're going because they didn't invite you. They're on their own. I just don't know. You notice it's the same thing everywhere. Last week it was Mozambique. The other day it was Ghana. There's a video somebody sent to me earlier today. It was in India. There's one from Indonesia. Like I said, there are people who are going through tough times in their own countries and they are just looking for somebody to blame. And so if you're a migrant, you're getting money, you're having something, they'll start asking questions. And it's crazy because now they're saying that, and people have been saying this thing in Nigeria for a bit, right? Like people will set up shops. Oh God. People will set up shops. They can afford, this actually happened in Yoruba land. I won't mention the exact place. I might as well even mention it. This even happened in Ondo State. Somebody will take shops, fill it with goods, sell it at a cheaper price than what anybody in the market is selling it. When you say how they talk for market now, it is spoil market for people who you go talk say now you go important from this producer, from manufacturer for China. Now lie. He can afford to give those things out for free because that's not where he gets his money. That's what they're saying in Ghana now. In South Africa now. They're talking about shops. They're talking about competition. And you see, you might think that, they can't compete. No. If I go to the market and I buy stuff to resell at, let's say, 5 naira, You go to wherever you go, you bring it back and you can sell it for you can even sell it cheaper than the manufacturer's price, the cost price, at 250 kobo. Everybody goes to your place. People say you know how to do business. In reality, you don't really care for the profit of what you are doing. Is you are doing dry cleaning business. If you don't get it, forget about it. You are doing dry cleaning business, and it doesn't matter to you whether they are buying it or at whether they are paying you cost price or you are losing money. You are not really losing anything, because as long as you can dry clean, you are basically laundering money at a very high scale. That's what people are complaining about in South Africa now. And I'm saying this because there are people who want to say, oh, I want to stand up for Nigeria, other Nigerians. Let me fight for other Nigerians. Farabalẹ̀, if you go Yoruba, Yoruba ló dé máa ń ṣe kíní ẹ̀ jù. Mi ìmọ̀ ọkọ tó tiẹ̀ máa ń rán tó ṣe wá gan. Ọ̀rọ̀ lọ́rọ̀ máa gbẹ́rù ọlọ́rọ̀ sórí wa fàtẹ̀ dání. A máa gbẹ́rù ọ̀rọ̀ ọlọ́rọ̀ máa gbèrú. Wà fàtẹ̀ dání. Sọ bí wọ́n wọn mójú, wọn mọ́ra. You are not fighting for the country. It's a cultural issue. So already you have issues on ground. Just get into the country, do what you have to do, serve the community, make your money, do well. No, you must go there and upset the balance. Now, whether what they're accusing you of today, whether it's true or not, the fact is that you have done something that actually affected their own sense of being. What does that mean? When you appoint kings in other people's lands, you are telling them that you are taking over. That's what it means. And the funny thing, I have not mentioned one ethnicity that I speaking, and there's a clown, Ugochukwu, who was not properly raised, who just came and wrote nonsense in the comment section. Why are you guys like this? I didn't even mention you. I didn't mention your group. Actually, I know the truth. I know the thing is, you know what it is. You know that. You know what? I don't. It's too early. I bet. It's too early. I'm going to look for all news. You know what? Because of people like this is why I read news. This is why I read news like that, because I don't like to read. But since you have spoken, let me see where I can find that news report too. I remember. Well, I'll look for it now. But let me play you one video. This is from East London, South Africa, and I'm going to read you the report later. We didn't mention anybody since we started speaking, but apparently people know what the people are doing, and it's a disgrace. You will now be asking for Nigerian government to come and speak for you. But Nigeria is a zoo. Nigeria is a zoo, isn't it? Suddenly everybody remembers the Nigerians. We complain about our passports. We travel around the place that they're stopping you and searching you. We don't even know why. Go all over the place, just constituting nuisance. Those of us who did you just start going to South Africa? Professor Coronation Shaw, he wrote the book Just Before Dawn. There's another book, fantastic book he wrote, Achebe or Shoyinka. Fantastic, brilliant man. They've been in South Africa since. They are doctors, they are lecturers, they are working, everybody is enjoying. Yoruba people have been in South Africa all this while. They've been there working in universities. Professor Coronation was even working in advertising. These guys were there. They were part of the community. Everybody knows their limits. You go just go there and say you have to have a king. What kind of retardation is this? It's crazy. Oh boy. Anyway, let me play you the video and then I'll read something. So it's just sad. Take a listen to this. Since this guy wants me to talk, I'll read. If you can hear much, to be honest. Can you even hear? Okay, I'm going to play you this and I'm going to play you the other one. The other one is the one where they're speaking Zulu. They are burning buses. People were killed today in South Africa. And by the way, it doesn't matter where the person is from. It could be from South Africa, Nigerian, wherever. Why would people's stupidity lead to other people's death? Why? Akinwaki says Professor Motoshaw is late now. Yes, he used to be the face of Vodacom in South Africa. Yes, I was working advertising. Thank you. Why should people die? For what? Because you don't understand. You don't understand assimilation. You don't understand how to even hide your head. Just obnoxiously loud. People are dying. I know the funny thing. Now then, anyway, if you're insulting me, let me play the video first.
Some of them, seems like there are some of them, not just taxis, but private-owned businesses burning up in flames. Now, this is where they had actually told us to turn back or to switch off the cameras.
And SEPA, I mean, to set a car alight like that, it's actually quite a hard thing to do. They're designed not to catch a light like this, so this is quite extreme, what we're seeing here. These vehicles alight in this way. Utterly extraordinary what we're seeing. You can hear the crackling as well in the background. Gosh.
Oh, yes, Stephen, you can hear the crackling. We just want to move a bit away so we're at a safe distance, because remember, these are cars that had petrol. These are cars that have engines, so they might just blow up. So we want to be at a safe distance should that happen. Now, to tell you that on the other side of the street, the
buses, vans set on fire. Somebody say Shaka Zulu. Good afternoon, Adeglo. Good to see you. Someone says I support SA. To be honest, it's not their fault. It's not the fault of South Africans, to be honest. It's not. Do you know how long they've been doing this? One time it was because of drugs. Then they said prostitution. Then they said, people were doing stuff to them in their markets. And the most ridiculous things that some Nigerians do is to just dismiss the concerns of the locals. Just say, we are Nigerians, we came to take over. I'll see if I can find you that video. Just being ridiculously stupid, because there's no way you go to another person's land and say these things. If I find this stuff, I will play it for you. It's just... Anyway, nobody should come and ask the question, how did we get here? Because if you decide to be retarded, some people are going to speak up. You know what, let me play you something from some South Africans before this happened. Take a listen to this.
Yes, in South Africa. We are being tested and we're being pushed, and they want to see how much we can take. And it's enough. There's only so much we can take as a country. This is it. This is just, it's tiring. Okay? Celebrities imagine a country without foreigners that are doing the jobs that South Africans can easily do, that South Africans have been doing. Mind you, if you go most of the hotels, most of the fuel stations, South Africans are there. South Africans are showing up, waking up in the morning every single day because someone in those businesses gave South Africans a chance. Just like they have been given a chance, these celebrities that think now because they've got a few cents in their bank account, they are better than South Africans. Just like these clever blacks who have a few rands in their bank accounts, they think they are better than South Africans, and now they have the gall to call South Africans lazy. We are getting to a point as a country. We are getting to a point where we are being fed up and we can't take it anymore. Continue pushing us. Continue pushing us as a country.
What was this thing with calling host communities lazy? Why do people do that? If you notice, I've been trying not to mention any ethnic group, although we know exactly what's happening. But it's not about even saying one ethnic group has done this or that. It's beyond all of that. It's deeper than that. But it has to be discussed. They did this on 20th March. That's when I think about 2 weeks ago, about a week ago or so, was when they had this coronation in South Africa to your law. But let me even finish this thought. Was this thing with calling host communities lazy? Does it give people a sense of pride? Like, you go to another person's land, you say the people are lazy. If you are so hardworking, what are you looking for? How come you didn't use your own hardworking to do so well in your land rather than move to their own space to tell them that they're lazy? I'm trying, as I'm talking, I'm trying to find something. I was going to start with the good message from yesterday, and I'll talk about that later. But like I say, a lot of people are already discussing that stuff that happened in South Africa, and it's sad. When you play you something here, you hear different people talking about how, I hope I find it. Everybody's lazy essentially. If you are, this one's in Japan. Sorry, just saw something in Japan again. I'll play that later. Let's just do the one about everybody being lazy apart from Igbos. Essentially, they are the only ones who are not lazy. Take a listen to this.
No lazy man in Igbo land. But there's lazy man in other tribes in the Nigeria. Average Igbo man looks of what he will eat.
Igbo man not the hustle, and Igbo man the hustle, man. Igbo man not the hustle, Igbo man the hustle. Igbo man not the hustle, Igbo man the hustle.
If they leave Akwa Ibom people to live in this Akwa Ibom, only them, they can't do anything. They can't do anything of their own without the Igbos. If they leave Akwa Ibom people to live in this Akwa Ibom, only them, they can't do anything. They can't do anything of their own without the Igbos. Okay. So that is how it is, generally.
Useless, they do youth. The stupid, they do youth. The uncircumcised, they do youth. They do youth to the very useless, including their urban.
Edo and Igbo, they be brother. We not be brother. Igbo and Edo they can never be brother. We not be brother.
10 Igbo man is equivalent to 1,000 Yoruba men. Carry 1,000 Yoruba men, put for desert. Come back in the next 10 years, that place still be desert. But carry 10 Igbo men, put for desert. Come back in the next 5 years, they go turn that desert to Dubai.
No.
People have been in that southeast for centuries. They've not turned that place to Dubai yet. But if you put them in a desert, they will turn it into Dubai. This mindset, you did it so much in Nigeria, you have carried it abroad now. Everybody's lazy. Ghanaians are lazy. South Africans are lazy. Everybody's lazy. And we're supposed to just, support folks because they're Nigerians. That's not how things work. That's not how things work. And it's a shame that this is how folks run things in folks from certain parts of Nigeria run things. Someone says, why couldn't they turn Igbo land to Dubai? They are waiting for they're waiting to go to what's it called now? To go to the desert first. I'll play you some videos from some South Africans, and then we'll come back to all this Japanese thing later. It's actually quite sad everywhere. Japan, Indonesia, Malaysia, China, India. Why? I'm not even saying this because we're trying to, spar or have this, or my people are better. That's not the point. The point is just that, number one, people would die because people are already dying. Ibedu, it looks like your own parents. Who raised this boy? You know what? I don't want to have you here. You're always topic. Do you know what this clown is writing here? He say everything's happening in the country. How? What happened? At what point in your evolutionary journey did you decide to stop evolving? Like, this is sad. You will cause wahala. People are dying. You are asking about what's happening in Nigeria. Something is wrong with you. I also want to tell you what it is, at least not yet. You be going like this, oh my God, coming what, just to get you off. You know what? You can't get me off anything. I'll play you some of the videos and we'll go back to what happened. You, number one, you're better need to understand this thing. The fact that we are all one agenda doesn't mean we are the same. It's a very naughty thing to do. Look at the comment section, guys. You see what Ugochukwu just wrote? Why are you muting him? Discriminating on the Igbos. You are a retard. That is not even an insult, though. It's an observation. I've been noticing you, but I need to announce it for the world to hear. You are a retard. You are bringing discrimination matter inside this matter. Authority they talk say that they discriminate against you. Oh boy, you are a retard. Please go for deliverance before you give birth to children. No. Okay, let's play some things from South Africa. And if you follow him, I'll mute you as well. I don't like blocking people, to be honest, but I'm going to mute you. But let's have some stuff from South Africa. Take a listen, guys. How do you guys think? Emma Bojari.
Namhlanje nize apha namhlanje emondini lapha kuGombo ngoku nisuka ngapha eKwaZulu Natal abantu babonile busithi uzoba lapha uzoba part of le march isizathu sokuthi nisuke ngapha eKZN nize apha eMonti
ingoba insurance into eyodwa amaXhosa amahahabe sabe ngulisi sonke kubalekile ukuthi we unite isikhathi sokuhlangana lesi ukuthi sinqobe lo sathane okwenzeka ezweni lethu la kwavuleleka khona abantu bokuhamba ukuthi bahlala kuleli ongemthetho sababekana namakhosi ke manje into engiyifunayo ukuthi thina cha siwuzulu sizolekalela sabo lomfowethu lapha umfokandi abandaba ukuthi seziqiniseko sokuthi ibutho lakwaZulu elitshalwe ngonyama la lizokwenza iqiniseko sokuthi inkosi yaseNigeria ebekwe la ingamanyala ayiphindele kwela kubo.
Ngoku nina njengoba lento yenzeka ewe yenzeka eEastern Cape ewe yenzeka apha kuGombo kodwa ke nje nina nisuka kwaZulu nithatha lento ezi.
These guys are chanting war song. These guys are chanting. You have them wearing like the traditional warrior outfit, speaking a lot of, I think this is Zulu. I'm going to read you what they're saying. Don't worry. Someone said I don't understand. You assume I can speak Zulu. I can do all things. This from Africa Fact Zone. South Africans protesting against the installation of Nigerian Igbo king in Eastern Cape. In 2025, there were protests in Ghana over plans by a Nigerian king to build an Igbo village on 50 acres. He later said he's a community leader and not a king. So the Ghanaian essentially is saying that they don't want Nigerians to do. I don't want. It's not. Thank God now, Sha, they are beginning to notice that there is a difference between Nigeria and Biafrans, because the Biafrans always call Nigeria Zoo, and it's not when you call Swala. I can't remember. I say Nigeria get ambassador or get one. Stay with the Zoo. Be consistent. God bless you in your consistency in Jesus' name. Remember, there are other things I was going to play here. This is another video I saw. There are so many things. The point, I think the long and short of it is just that terrible things are happening, and it's because people don't know how to comport themselves, and it's sad that people are losing their lives over this matter. I'll read some to you from Sarah Reporters. This was published 20 of March 2026, of course. Tension in South Africa over coronation of Nigerian Igbo king in Eastern Cape. An outrage has erupted in South Africa's Eastern Cape after traditional authorities strongly rejected the reported coronation of a Nigerian Igbo community monarch in East London, describing the move as illegal and capable of igniting communal tensions. Well, you don't ignite that communal tension now. However, the controversy followed reports that the Nigerian national Solomon Ogbonna Eziko was installed as Igwe Indigo, a title representing the leader of the Igbo community, during a ceremony held over the weekend in the Kugompo area. However, the Eastern Cape House of Traditional and Khoisan leaders has distanced itself from the development, warning that the action undermines established traditional governance structures recognized under South African law according to MDN News. Let me quickly say something, and I think maybe it will help folks, Sha. By the way, I'm not having this conversation again. If you notice the way I'm talking, I'm intentionally saying it the way I'm saying it. Nobody say somebody look for person, because there's nothing to even. Anyway, let me see what I want to say. People had a saying back in the day, Igbo Enweze, Igbo Enweze. And we're very proud about it. As they moved out of their spaces and interacted with other people, they began to notice that these ones had kings and everything, but they kept saying Igbo, like, and the fact that they are not subservient to anybody, and the idea of kings to them is that the person has absolute powers. Now, I've said it several times, in Yoruba land we've had kings for thousands of years, but our kings went we didn't have absolute monarchies essentially, so you had checks and balances. But they thought that, in order to make themselves happy, the definition of kingship is absolute monarchy. Therefore, they didn't have it, so they were democratic and nobody could stop them from doing anything. Everybody was a master in his own right. And it's good and bad, depending on how you look at it. I mean, everything has advantages and disadvantages, right? But then they got into spaces and discovered that there's a major disadvantage in not having kings. When you are acephalous means that you are headless. There are two words that actually describe Igbo communities: autonomous and acephalous. Autonomous because each of them is independent on its own. Acephalous because they don't have a defined head. There's nobody that's heading anything. Therefore, when you want to play politics, let's say for instance in Nigeria, and it's difficult for you to actually come up with the idea of leaders. And I said something the other day, and I think it was a while back. I said I was listening to an Igbo person. I was reading something from an Igbo author, and I understood what the issue is. By the way, again, everybody has his own issues. I'm not saying that Igbo is the problem of the world. It's just that they are the ones causing wildlife in South Africa and Ghana and Indonesia. So we're talking about it. Anyway, she said something about stakeholders. Just that one word in the book actually changed my opinion of everything I was trying to understand, because people just misbehave sometimes. Like, why do you guys want to have kings? The reason is because it's difficult to actually say this is the leader. You have stakeholders. Everybody has equal stakes, so to speak, or unequal stakes, but everybody shall have stakes, which can be good. But they began to say other people having kings, like, we also want to be like that. Now, this is 2026, this is 21st century. They've not had anything like that up until last century. It was the British that appointed the first warrant chiefs in Igbo land. I mean, it wasn't like there were kings here and there. But even places where you had kings, many of them would not call themselves, the most prominent would be Obi Obonicha. You can talk about Henry Kingdom, and then people tell you that it's actually more spiritual than political. You can talk about Arochukwu, they'll tell you that it's more mercantile and about trade than actually proper structured society. And then they also have the long juju. But in terms of actually having proper kingship all over Igbo land, that never happened. And they now wanted to Laju Tiwade. At the time they were now waiting to get into that space, people had already moved away from it. And I'll say something. There's a family that moved from Ilorin to Ghana in the 1800s. They're called the Brahma family. They moved to a particular part of Ghana, in the Ga area, got some land. Now they were there before Ghana became Ghana. There was no Ghana at the time. It was a colony of Britain. It was called Gold Coast. Today they are Ghanaians, okay? They're Yoruba, but they're Ghanaians. They're not Nigerians. They're Ghanaians. They have a settlement. They have a king. These clowns went to Ghana last few years ago, and say, because Yoruba people are Nigerians, we should also be able to have kings like they do in Ghana. You don't even understand this context and the history of the people you are trying to compare yourself with. The moment you are waking up, everybody has already finished what you want to do. It is over. Nobody thinks like that again. Nobody will give you land, and you can't have kings in a place where you have no territory. It's concerning to the owners of the land, but you wouldn't understand what that feels like, because you don't have that kind of structure back at home. It's not like it's bad or good, it's just the reality. Sorry guys, I think I need to mute this guy. I've allowed you to speak long enough. I thought you were actually a human being. You have 1 follower, 4 following. You're not very smart. All right, Ugo, greet your parents, eh? Oh, I remember what I was saying. At the time you're waking up to begin to practice these things, people have already moved on. They are doing something else. That's when you now say that, okay, the next thing I want to do is begin to have kings. Otilo, this is the same thing that happened in 1966. Because I like patterns, and that's the best way for me to understand history, to be honest. When you look at what Ironsi was trying to do in 66, it was something that people did thousands of years before him in different, let's even stay in Yoruba community. We did it in different Yoruba communities where you bring people together, and then you create a sense of unity, so you have one entity rather than having small groups, right? And you find it in most Yoruba towns, if not all, right? We're always living in like autonomous communities, we could say. In fact, let me even go into the history just a bit. Yoruba land, just like many other communities, we used to have small communities, villages, settlements, and each person or each settlement would have a head. At least we even had a head. Can you imagine? They were not acephalous, they were autonomous. Igbos were both autonomous and acephalous. They were independent and headless. In Yoruba communities, they were independent, but they had a head. After a while in Ife, I'm using Ife as an example now. After a while in Ife, this was before Christ, they came up with a plan to have a confederacy where the whole place is not one, but the head of each group can meet, and then they now appoint somebody as their own chairman. So it's not necessarily the king of the entire place, but it's the head of the kings all over the place. Get what I'm saying? So all the heads now have one head. That's essentially the confederacy that we had in Ife up until about 10th, 11th century AD, where we now had a situation where all the communities were brought together under the leadership of one man. And it helped because it could now have military power. You could take advantage of agriculture better, the land itself. You could also trade better because now you're working together as a city, as a town. We started building cities and towns. That's why you see that Yoruba people, you notice that we are urban people, right? We're always saying things like, I'm going to my hometown. You never hear things like, I'm going to my village. You never use words like village. I did not know what that meant. I mean, I used to think it meant the farm, because that's the only place people will say they are going to Abba, Abonosoko. But we just say we are going to our hometowns when we're growing up. Even today, that's how we speak, because that's our own frame of reference. Here's the point I'm making. What Oduduwa did in the 11th century AD by bringing together Yoruba people settlements, what he did was to bring them together, create a new capital, right, where they will now have quarters. Each person has quarters, but where they were before, they say own those places, but they now have quarters here, and now have a city center, you have a market, you have the palace, you have all kinds of things, and then you have your own, environment, but you can always go back. And you have the story in Ife, Latigbaye, but you also have it even in the recent Ilorin of Afonja. That was one of the strategies that Afonja actually used by going out, because it was trying to rebuild Ilorin as a new capital of a new empire when it was having issues with Aole and the other kings of Alafin. He then went to meet all those small villages and said, you know what, all of you come to town. Let's create a new city, essentially. Where they were, they will not lose it. That will be their farm, it will still be theirs, but now they're going to have quarters and family compounds and so on and so forth. Now, this was centuries ago. This one now woke up. Zik started that in 1951 himself an NCNC. Said they wanted a unitary system. What's unitary system? Essentially bringing people together to have one core. Now, here's the crazy part. When we did it in Yoruba land, we did it amongst our own people. What they are trying to do is bring different nations with different cultures to come together, and you don't have an Igbo person or Igbo people becoming the super race, the master race. Zik wrote it down, by the way. 1949 Abba speech. It was June. It's not today's topic, but if we have to, and I'm going to quote him verbatim. He said, God has specially created the Igbo race to lead the children of Africa from the bondage of the ages, essentially elevating his own people above every other person in Africa while shouting that he is Pan-African. He was an ethnic jingoist. That was quintessential Zik. And the plan was to have a situation where they will be the ones to lord over everybody. How do I know? Because if you read the Igbo National Protocol of 1944, the plan was to perpetually rule Nigeria. And they will be the ones to have everybody under the beck and call. And so, 1944, they had the plan. 1945, Charles Oyema said what he said about Igbo. What he said was that the domination of Nigeria, the Igbo domination of Nigeria is only a question of time. 49, Zik makes his speech. 51, he declares that he wanted unification. They started working on the ground, and then they said by 64, they're going to accomplish that goal. It didn't work exactly according to plan. So they changed tactics and said, you know, we're going to give ourselves 5 more years. By 69, we must have this thing. 2 years later, 66, they struck. And they created something that people had done 1,000 years before they came along, to have a unification. Not just now. Here's the crazy part: you cannot even do unification for Igbo people. Forget Igbo. You can't even do unification for folks in your village. Not your village. Towns like that. I mean, towns were created by the British. I mean, there were towns. If you really, may not be like say, you had people, for instance, in Arochukwu. But I already explained how Arochukwu came to be. But town as in definition of town, you know, the first one would be Enugu, and it was created by the British. That's why when they say things about Lagos, say Lagos was created by Kinekon, you know, we built Lagos. Do you know how Enugu was built? 2 places were built in that area, Enugu and Port Harcourt. The entire thing was built from scratch by the British. Anyway, the point is, when you're coming up with this idea of unifying people, you should at least start at home. Do it in a village, or do it in maybe whatever you can create, a town or whatever. But no, you're not even going to do it among yourselves. You're not even going to be able to create something that actually allows the caste system to be, you know, sent packing. You know, you have to hold on to that, and now come to Nigeria to tell Nigeria about unity. Now, that unification is now what led to what happened in 66. And if you studied, I think we're going to go back to this cool thing and whatever later. If you study everything they did from January to July of 66, you notice that the whole plan was to consolidate power as an ethnicity. Why am I saying all of this? To say, oh, they are bad, that's not the point. The point is that what they are doing, it's not that other people have not done it before. It's that they are late. They woke up late. You see, whenever you wake up is your morning. I always say it. Whenever you wake up is your morning. But if you choose to sleep till 9 p.m., you cannot be doing stuff. You cannot be teaching folks who woke up at 6 a.m. or telling them what morning looks like. You woke up at 9 p.m. It's quarter to midnight. It is true. What you are doing, want to have kings, want to unify the nation, all that thing you think makes sense is stupid, because the time has passed. Nobody thinks like that anymore. When people were thinking like that, that was about centuries ago. They stopped thinking like that. When you go to Ghana and you see Yoruba kings and everything, it's not the context of what Nigeria is right now. That was long before independence. You've got to think. It's a shame, Sha, but I'll Kuku read the news. By the way, Kuku, in case you're not Nigerian, Kuku means Kuku. It means I will definitely read it, if that works. Let's read some things from Sahara Reporters now. So that was from March 20, This one is today's news, and it's Sarah reporters. The real issue is the issue of culture. It's not that people are bad. It's not that Igbo people are bad. They are bad people. That's not the point. The point is a culture that has not evolved. That's the issue. And you know what? If you like, curse me out. They curse me out every day. It doesn't do anything to me. And the reason I say this is not so that you can listen, because you will not hear. Why? You have not evolved. The reason I'm saying is so that Yoruba people will understand how to move. Stop acting as if everybody is the same. We are not. We have different cultures, different understanding of how life works. It doesn't mean you are bad, I'm good, or I'm bad, you are good. It just means we are different. So what does that mean? It means that if I'm going to do stuff, I should not be expecting you to respond the way you were raised. That's just the point. And you see it in politics. It's the reason you see what happens in that's the reason what happens in Nigeria happens. That's the reason a group will follow Peter B, and you cannot listen to another person. You cannot support another person. It has to be one person. Everything is black and white. You can't have the capacity to actually hold two differing opinions at the same time. For instance, you can't. I'll give an example as a Yoruba person. You have a person who doesn't understand the fact that you can actually be Odudua, like Odudua, like you love Odudua, you respect Odudua, and you also respect Obatala. They can't hold these two things at the same time. You would think this thing is deeper than I actually even bothers to accept or even know. If, for instance, I say, oh, this person, I don't like their politics, but I respect them, that is like an anathema in the Igbo mind. If you don't like them, you can't like their politics. Life is not black and white. And by the way, it's two things. Number one is the culture thing. Number two is the perfection of propagandization that was done by Zik, Ojukwu, Achebe, and the rest of them. They perfected it. You can't talk without thinking in that. If you don't, you just be frustrated. If you are doing business, you like it. It's not so much seen in business, because business has become, it's a base of survival. But once you leave trade and business and you get into politics, life and stuff, you begin to see it. It's difficult to be able to go past it. And again, like I said, it's not that one group is the problem of Africa, in Nigeria, less Igbo. It's not about the person. I have Igbo friends that are good, and I know people say it for white Americans. I have black friends. I get how it sounds. But the point I'm saying is that you will always see Igbo people that are good. If you have not seen a good Igbo person, you too, maybe you are bad. There are good Igbo people around. It's not the person. Maybe the person met God or whatever. The culture is the problem. And it is not, and here's where I'm going, it is not the duty of the people you went to meet to understand your culture and now pander towards you and adjust themselves so that they can allow your culture to fit into their worldview. It is not going to happen. You either evolve or you go back home. That's how life works. The world is not South-South. With due apologies and respect to folks in the South-South, this was one of the major reasons for the Williams Commission report of 1958. The inquiry was 57 to 58. The major reason was this thing, where you move into a particular person's place and you change the order of things. It happened in the Query area. It happened in Calabar. It happened as far away as southern Cameroon. It got so bad, those ones had to chase them out. Have you read what happened in southern Cameroon 1948? It's a cultural issue. And let me tell you something. Think about it, 1948 to 2026, you could have evolved. But you cannot evolve if you blame people for everything that's happening. Like, you take responsibility for nothing, so there's no reason to grow. Is the Yoruba man, is the Awolowo. Even when Awolowo is the best thing that ever happened to you, better than every leader. Awolowo has done more for these folks than any of their leaders, but no. They curse him out. Everybody is the problem but you. Sarah reporters. Violence erupts in South Africa as protesters torch foreigners' vehicles, loot shops over coronation of Igbo king. This is today's news. The ongoing protests in South Africa's Eastern Cape province over the controversial coronation of an Igbo traditional ruler has escalated into violence, with demonstrators setting vehicles ablaze and looting shops owned by foreign nationals. Sarah reporters had earlier reported that protesters took to the streets demanding the immediate deportation of Nigerians linked to the event, warning of possible violent resistance if authorities failed to act. The protest, led by members of the political group ActionSA alongside traditional leaders and community members, follows growing outrage over what demonstrators described as an affront to the province's sovereignty, constitutional order, and established traditional leadership structures. Unfortunately, the protest turned violent, prompting police to move in to disperse demonstrators in Kugompo City as tensions escalated, according to SABC News. The protesters set several vehicles and buildings belonging to foreigners. It's not even just Igbo people, it could soon affect other people. We don't even know what's happen. Protesters have torched vehicles and buildings allegedly belonging to foreign nationals in protest against the installation of a Nigerian king in Eastern Cape, according to Newsroom Africa. Also, CDR Africa reported that tensions erupted in the Eastern Cape as protesters set vehicles and buildings ablaze, reportedly targeting properties of foreign nationals amid the outrage over the installation of a Nigerian Igbo king. Listen to this, please. So here people are on the streets, people are shouting and protesting, and it's quite sad. I wish you could see this video of people, you know, you know what, let me play you something from the event that caused all this trouble. You probably hear some things. When the video goes out, you will see everything. Take a listen, please.
Arrival for Mihugunizong. Ilani Fortunoso Patago. I open again. I have one of some mega set. Open again, mega set.
All right. You know, it's easy to also think that, you know, the people who are against South Africans are black people in South Africa. I said before that you always have folks like that in the mix, but it's beyond the black thing. Apparently the colors are also involved, and white as well. And in this particular video, ActionSA's Eastern Cape chair Athol Trolip has declared that the party stands firmly with traditional leaders in opposing the installation of a Nigerian Igbo king in East London, calling it unlawful and a violation of South Africa's traditional leadership framework. Take a listen to this.
We're here in solidarity with the traditional leadership of the Eastern Cape, all of the traditional leaders, and also the people of the Eastern Cape. Let me just put up front that ActionSA's policy about illegal immigration is very clear. If you're in this country illegally and you do anything illegal, you're going to be sent back home. This is a sovereign nation, it's our nation, we love it, and we're protected by a constitution. Now, there's nowhere in our constitution that makes provision for a Nigerian from the Igbo tribe to come and become coronated as a king of the Eastern Cape. But beyond that, the utterances that were made at that coronation is what really galls us as a party, as ActionSA. The utterances were that they're establishing a kingship in the Eastern Cape and a homeland. Now, we have a history of homelands in this province, a painful history of the homeland of the former Ciskei and the former Transkei, where people were moved in there after being expropriated, having their land expropriated. They had limited opportunities. They're still some of the poorest people in our province, and we are not going to tolerate the establishment of another homeland. They went further, though, and they said that they're going to encourage their brothers and sisters in Nigeria, in their hundreds of thousands, to come and establish a homeland in this province. That's not going to happen, because this province is not up for the taking. Here are our traditional leaders behind me. We respect them. There are 5 kingships that are respected by the president, inaugurated and recognized by our president and our constitution. So I want to go further and to say that the embassy of Nigeria said that it was just a customary thing, it wasn't much, and they do it all over the world. It's not true. We have taken great exception to the disrespect and the provocation of this coronation, and we want the Nigerian government to come out strongly against it, and more importantly, we want our government to make an unambiguous statement about their respect and recognition of our existing traditional leaders, and that they will never respect the a kingship belonging to the Igbo nation in the Eastern Cape or in South Africa.
Let's just move back to your...
Someone says homeland care. How can you go to South Africa and say you want to create a homeland? Land. You know there's already wala in South Africa over this whole land thing. Who is the real owner? So they've been having their own issues, or you're not going to add your own, say you want to create homeland. Homeland to call security network in it. Like how? Why? Homeland. Do you know I actually heard a guy who told a story of how Zulu, I'll find you that video, how South Africans actually were Igbo originally. I'll find you that video. The disrespect is crazy. You guys will just cause trouble for yourself. I'll look for that video. But before I get it for you, I'm going to play something to you from that protest, some interviews from the grounds. As they happen, I'll tell you now. Take a listen to this one.
So I understand where they're coming from, but that's part of the many concerns that we have about foreign nationals and their behavior in this country, and the fact that they use money to change the way or the perception of who they are. Having money to them has become the core of their existence, and the money that they get, other people don't even care if they're getting it the right or the wrong way, and we're very concerned about that as well.
And you touched on a very important thing, money. When you have a lot of money, you get to have power in most instances. So you're saying the issue here is the power?
It's not the power. It's a government that fails its people. It's a government that doesn't enforce its own laws. Because when we talk about these father shops, for example, that are mushrooming everywhere, what laws are allowing foreigners to own shops? What laws are allowing foreigners to come in and earn 50 rand a week when the minimum wage is 150? The laws are there. We just have a government that doesn't want to enforce them. And foreign nationals are so good at manipulating the system that they'll buy off the police, they'll buy off the officials, they'll buy off even South Africans in their own country. So for us, it's something that's systematic. We're fighting the system as we're here, and it's not going to be an easy fight. We understand that we're fighting government, we're fighting people who are beneficiaries, and we're fighting foreign nationals themselves.
Yeah. What do you wish happens? We are here today, and maybe in the evening we're going to be talking something else. People are going to leave. What then happens the next day when we wake up?
Look, there's no something else that people are going to be talking about, because this is now our new age struggle. We're fighting against foreign nationals in our country, because we need to feel like we're South Africans again. Yeah. Because for the longest time they've used our laws against us. They've used the humanity card against us, that we're humans too, and they've used the xenophobia card on us so many times. You try and say anything about foreign nationals in the country and you're labeled as someone that's xenophobic. And unfortunately, that time has come to pass now. We don't care what they call us really, xenophobic, Afrophobic. They can cry to the rest of the world. Nobody cares. Right now, it's our turn to tell our stories, and we are a country that's being invaded by foreigners. And right now, it's a fight for our survival. And we're not going to stop fighting, and nobody's going to tell us that foreign nationals are humans. We're also human beings, and we deserve to live and thrive and have access to things in our own country.
Wow. Well, someone says Nigerian Ministry of Foreign Affairs should start regulating these provocative behaviors, in my view. Well, they actually spoke to Nigerian embassy that they said it wasn't a big deal. Okay. And that they're burning things down. Hopefully they're going to see it as a big deal. Someone says, Dr. Banjo says, same as they use bigotry against other Nigerians. Yes, like if you speak, you're a bigot if you're Nigerian. Or if you like Habib, you got. How many people live in Abuja? You know Habib, you got. Okay. Sometimes they call us you got. I don't mind because I actually like Habib. Can you imagine? I'm promoting it for free. But there's some good you got products, and Habib is a good one. So I don't mind them calling us you got. But abroad, they call them xenophobic. Mambo, I'm going to bring a couple of people up, just hear their thoughts, and then I'll go back to the video I want to play. Today's session is matters arising, so not a specific topic, but we're going to be going into different things, and I'm just going to bring a couple of people up to talk about this. All right, and it's been very short, but don't worry if I don't bring you up this batch. I'll match a batch by batch name. Thank you very much. All right, let's have this verse 3. Please mute as soon as you get up, please. Thank you. Please mute though. Mr. Okay, let's all calm down. Ralph says, let's start with DAS. Good evening, DAS. Are you there? Okay, it's down. Bumblebee, please go on.
Prof, good evening.
Evening, sir.
Yeah, so I'll make my submission very short. On the biology, so orí ọ̀kẹ́rẹ́ kòkòláwò, ẹ̀ńtán ọ̀wí fún ọba jẹ́ gbogbo. So ó dájú pé wọ́n ti ń serve dish yẹn pẹ̀lú orí wọn láwò báyìí, and it's good. Wọ́n ti ń là báyìí. It's not just Nigeria. They are saying specific people from Nigeria. So at least maybe when they begin to get the memo from other foreign countries, it's going to, it's going to make sense to them. And like we said before, there will be a day they will come and appreciate us especially because we've been very, very tolerant. We're very, very tolerant of this bad behavior. And maybe that's what even gives them the effort to go ahead and perpetuate this bad behavior everywhere they go. So hopefully they will take this as a learning point. And all their enablers, and Rufai was saying in Concon, we hope they will not take it upon themselves to blame everybody, both in Mozambique, both in Ghana, both in South Africa. Let him continue like that, blaming everybody, and not pointing to them that they are doing wrong with what they are doing. So it's good that people are mentioning them, recognizing their behavior. The very same thing we are complaining about at home is the very same thing that we're doing about them. So we'll see how the whole thing pans out. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you very much, sir. Good to have your thoughts shared on the platform. And I think that's one good thing from this whole episode, the fact that folks are no longer just saying Nigeria, they're now mentioning the specific part of Nigeria. And where will they go for this country? Go reach one place where they go write your ethnicity in front of your nationality. For instance, I'll be proud to say I'm Yoruba Nigerian because there's also Yoruba Benin Republic and Yoruba in different places. So just put it there. So when you do your stuff, because I mean, think about it. Some people will do some terrible things. The rest of the country will be shouting, they are searching us, our passports, they are doing this, they are doing that. Nigerian passport did not just become like this by itself. It was based on the activities of Nigerians. if they can still be called Nigerians. So I think it's important for us to begin to fix that. But I'm glad that they're noticing. Let me just read some comments here on YouTube, and then I'll bring up Mr. Remy. Akador says, "Taloko in your no interpretation." Intel says, "I disagree with what you said that because I have not met a good Igbo person." Let me read everything this guy said. "I disagree with what you said. That's because I have not met me with their disappointment." But they are good Igbo people now. They are good Igbo people. They exist. Let's not go to the extreme. They are good Igbo people. To be honest, the real issue is culture. I have there's someone I know. She's older. One day we met. We were talking about something. I mean, it was on set. I just went into this and like, there was no conversation that could have led to this thing. We were talking about something absolutely, I don't know, maybe she was just looking for an opportunity to just tell me. Just when I don't like what my people do. As a matter of fact, I don't even really enjoy telling people that I'm from there. Then she started telling me things. She's not ashamed of being Igbo. She just doesn't understand how the generality of our people act a certain way. And I wasn't accusing her. She's older than me. She doesn't have to report anything to me. She was just talking from her pain. She has lived in Yoruba land for most of her life. She even goes to Yoruba churches. You know, there's church started by Yoruba. Then there are churches that is Yoruba, they will speak there. If you go to Select, they will speak Yoruba. If you go to CLS, they will speak Yoruba. If you like call it tribalism, that's because your head is not functioning properly. She goes to that kind of church. She has become, you know, when it's from her I learned that because she had become such a part of Yoruba culture and everything, she has this, I can't call it disdain. That's the word. She's been assimilated. She's been so assimilated that she looks at what they are doing and she's like, how can people be like this? So she was talking, I was just using Agbari to say, okay ma. But you know, there are people like that. They are the exceptions. Exceptions do not negate the rule. Doesn't mean that there's no rule. The rule is still there. The rule is that the culture expects, let me give you an example. If you're an Igbo person and you take responsibility for anything, you will be castigated by Igbos. Why? The culture expects you, as a matter of fact, it's, with all due respect to the good ones, listen to this. It's like let me find a mild way of saying this. You know when, identity is formed over time. Your cultural identity is formed over time. A major subset of the Igbo identity is victimhood. You have to be the victim of everybody. Everybody must be wrong. You have to be the only one who is right, and they are doing something to you. Meanwhile, you are better than all of them. So on one hand, you are the superior one. On the other, you are the superior person. On the other hand, you are the victim of everybody. Now, let me say this. Hopefully, it will help one Igbo person. I don't even know what. I hope it helps one. And I'll tell you what makes it very sad. You know, let me read you an exchange I had on Facebook a while back. Then I will say what I want to say because I need to provide this background. Because there's something that if I say, it could just be like say the insult, but if I read something first, then I'll not say it. It gives me leeway, if you get what I mean. So I posted something about what some people were doing, and I was just speaking to it specifically. Then a guy called Oladunjoye on Facebook says it is better to sometimes keep these people at bay by ignoring their antics, because the epileptic ones you see on the social media counter do not represent the entire civic-minded and level-headed Igbos. Now, what he says sounds very good, but this was my response. Who needs enemies when they have folks like you? You're essentially saying ignore digital footprints, ignore subtle stereotypes, ignore the psyop filling Yoruba minds with info that makes them think less of themselves and corrodes their self-respect. Yes, let's ignore it all because you have level-headed friends. as if none of us have level-headed Igbo friends. You can use them as an excuse to keep quiet so you can be seen as detribalized and sophisticated. For your information, I have great Igbo friends, and while many are level-headed, most do exactly what the civic-minded ones did in 1966. This is where I'm going now. I say here, for your information, I have great Igbo friends, and while many are level-headed, most do exactly what the civic-minded ones did in 1966. They spur on the ones without heads. They craft stories to justify their sense of entitlement. They create effective propaganda that's still giving decades later. When called out, they deflect. They've successfully in the clouds, study history and patterns. And I end by saying, love your neighbors, but do not self-destruct. Self-preservation is not something to apologize for. This is where I'm going from everything I read. You see, something happened in 66. We blame, I mean, if you really study the history, it was terrible. But the real people that you should blame for everything that happened. I don't like blaming people. Let me not say it that way, because it could be like, say, I will say it like that. On this matter, the people you should blame are actually Igbo intellectuals. You see, everything you see people say today, oh, you did this to us, oh, you did this to me, oh, you did this to us, you are the bad person, I will not do this thing. It is not the woman in the village that came up with that thing. She was told. And I'll go back just a little. During the war, everything the people heard, they believed. And most of what they heard, a lie. Read the book by Nelson Otta, The Trial of Biafra's Leaders. I've read it here before. He talked about the fact that the entire place was, what word did he use? Like there's a word, you know what, let me read the book. Since we're all here and there's no particular topic, we're just discussing. Let me read the book, let me read something to you. Let's flow together. I'm trying to remember the name. Okay. I'll read something to you from that book, just so you understand the fact that the average Igbo person, when you talk, he counters and is angry. If you ask him for substance, he has nothing. If you ask him for proof, he has nothing. But he believes the people who told him what they told him. Not because what those people told him was the truth, but because that thing has formed a core of his identity. To say no to that victimhood is to deny being Igbo. Mombo, I'm going to read something to you. I found the book. I found it. This is what Nelson Otta said. He says, and this is quite instructive because it gives you an idea how people got to become who they are. And also, not to say Igbo are bad, but you too should also notice if you have this pattern in your life, because we're seeing Coronation Dembe. Enugu was still under this propaganda-induced mass hypnosis. That's what I was looking for. Mass hypnosis. But let me just read this particular episode. This happened in September 1967, by the way. Enugu was still under this propaganda-induced mass hypnosis when the troops of the 2nd Division of the Federal Nigerian Army recaptured Benin from the secessionist troops on 20th September 1967. Lieutenant Colonel Banjo had, even before the fall of the ancient city, removed his headquarters to Agbo. Things were no better for Ojukwu on the Nsukka front. It was in the same month of September that Major T.Y. Danjuma had issued to his troops an order of battle that read, mission to capture Enugu by 1800 hours on D7. Please pay attention, when the 1800 hours struck, Major Danjuma and his troops started to advance rapidly towards Enugu. This was in the morning of 12 September 1967. Major Danjuma's advance brought him and his troops to such towns between Nsukka and Enugu as Akwebe, in which a young Nigerian intellectual, Major Christopher Okigbo, was killed after his battalion headquarters had been outflanked. Ikolo, Ogbede, Umulengbe, and Okpatu. At this time, this is where I'm going. At this time, Radio Biafra was still busy announcing the recapture of Nsukka and Okpe. This game of mass deception. So at the time when Nigerian forces were already coming into Enugu, Radio Biafra was telling them that their own people don't recapture Nsukka. Nsukka, they don't lose since. What happened at this Nsukka? Please remind me. I'm going to read it to you. I'll read it from the book by Ilarin Joku, A Tragedy Without Heroes. Please remind me, so that we're doing this together. So let's just finish this one. At this time, they don't have flank all of them, but they don't. Then they enter Enugu. Enugu was the capital at the time. So while Nigerian forces were coming in, Radio Biafra was still busy announcing the recapture of Nsukka and Okwi. This game of mass deception continued until the advancing federal troops, probably angered by the blatant lie-telling of the Enugu radio station, launched over 2 artillery shells which fell within a few yards of the broadcasting studio and sent the broadcasters running. This incident took place in the morning of 26 September 1967. In other words, soldiers were coming into your town, but you were telling the people that your own army, the Biafra army, don't retake the place where they don't lose it. And you don't lose many more towns, but the people inside believed what they were hearing from Radio Biafra. Mass hypnosis. It's so bad that people tell that story and you can feel the emotions. What I'm saying right now is as if, why are you, if you notice, I don't like denying that this happened to you. I just like to tell you why what happened. It's called that some of the things that you say happened to you did not even happen to you. Propaganda and bad gone, and you have people like Uchechukwu Merije, Okokon Ndem, Chino Achebe. You have those people to thank for the way people think today. If you talk in Nigeria, say shut up, you are a bigot. Go and tell them to shut up in South Africa. And then they give you Zulu style. Let's finish with this one. This game of, so they were lying to the point where the army got so angry. They threw 2 artillery shells into the compound where the radio station was, and then the guys now ran away. Within Enugu itself, events were marching furiously. Although the mass hypnosis, which was at the time very effective, was still obscuring realities. Men and women in the streets, listen to this, men and women in the streets were still telling themselves and their neighbors that there was no danger. That the artillery shells, which were then exploding with uncomfortable frequency, were new weapon systems being tested by Biafran scientists. These are the ones who tell you their own history and you say it did not happen. They get angry and start cursing you out. This book was written by Nelson Ota. He's Igbo. When he wrote something that was not right, I said it here. That one that they did in the Drum magazine in early 66. In fact, it was in May that led to the riots in Kaduna and Kano. This one happened in Enugu. The fact that people believe the lie so much so that when they heard the sound of waiting go kill them, then they tell themselves, say, now their own scientists, they test equipment. They were lied to. That's the crux of this point I'm making, and I'm going to talk about different eras. During the war, it was a game of mass hypnosis. There were no weapons, but there was propaganda, and they used it. They used it to the point, if you read the book by John Desenjo, I think I've talked about it here before, he mentioned how they staged plays in Umuahia. Of course, with Ojukwu present. And in that play, I read the what's it called? Synopsis. Now life will have. How Victor Banjo met Awolowo and collected money. Is Redomi book still functional? Yes, it's functional. It's on Telegram, please. By the way, Redomi Books are a Telegram channel. It's a Telegram bookshop. You can buy books there. Redomi Global is a community you should join to get some freebies. Okay. Where was I? Before you mentioned Redomi Books. I was saying, what was I saying? Anytime I say Redomi, my mind just goes to Redomi. Yeah, I was saying that when you look at different eras, whatever the people told, whatever the intellectuals told the people was what the people believed. And one of the tools they used was drama. And it was so bad that if you read the book, thank you for reminding me, if you read the book by John Desenjo, the book is titled The Nigerian Civil War. Ojukwu staged a play. In that play, they said Victor Banjo met Awolowo and gave money to Awolowo, and he collected it. Sorry, Awolowo gave Victor Banjo money, and it was the money that he collected that now used against Biafra. Now, there's nothing true in that. Number one, Awolowo never even met Victor Banjo outside Enugu. If he ever did, it would be in Enugu. And that was long before the war even started. Because Awolowo was in Enugu between May 6 and May 7. Much later, and I can even say that Awolowo did not meet Victor Banjo. Why did I say that? Because when Soyinka went to Enugu, it was Soyinka that Victor Banjo sent to Awolowo. It's in the book by Soyinka. The book is called Just Before Dawn. I just want to stop to read all these books, but they are here. If we have to, we'll just pick it and read. He never met him. As a matter of fact, Soyinka wrote in his book that although Banjo sent him to many people in Western region, the only person that he chose not to relay his message was Awolowo. Why? Because he said he just went through tough times, being in prison for so long. He didn't want to get him involved in any of these things. Instead, Soyinka went to talk to Obasanjo based on, number one, the letter that Victor Banjo had written, and then the phone call that he had. And it's in many books. Soyinka mentioned that the person who was at the phone call at the time was Jimmy Solanke. Soyinka met Obasanjo. Soyinka wrote it in his book Just Before Dawn. Obasanjo also wrote the same thing in My Command. Sorry, You Must Set Forth at Dawn. Thank you, Concilium. Just Before Dawn is by Kolyomo Tosho. You Must Set Forth at Dawn is by Soyinka. Thank you for that correction. I mix it up sometimes. You Must Set Forth at Dawn. Soyinka wrote there how he met Obasanjo, where they met around this song or somewhere, then they drove somewhere else. Obasanjo also wrote it in his own book, My Command. The conversation was between them. It was in August that Awo spoke publicly about the whole thing, and the reason he spoke was because of the invasion of Ore. And if you're looking for that speech, I'll give you one book. I like mentioning books because it's better, so that it doesn't look like I'm making it up, okay? Awolowo, The Political Moses by Adedara Oduguwa. It's not today's topic, but if you have time, we'll read all those things. The books are here. What Awo said, I'll just quote some of the things. He said, number one, we're not under, you read, I think I read Ojuku's letter to Victor Banjo here, when he said that was in August, that Yoruba land was under occupation of Guinea, under bondage, that was going to come and deliver us from bondage. I don't know who made him Prince of Egypt. You come and deliver us, and after delivering us, you will now put Igbo people, Biafran forces. Has anybody read that letter when you read it here? Okay, good. You have read. Okay, good. Let me see YouTube. Okay, so we have many people have. Okay, some people have not heard it. Okay, I'm not going to read everything because, of course, a number of people have heard me read it before. But I'm just going to read part of it to you. Incidentally, okay, what be a break in the silence. Let me read something to you from this book. By the way, the book is available. Since somebody wrote Redomi, I might as well say it's on Redomi Books. You can get it on Redomi Books. I'll read some things from here. Then I'll now tell you what, let me open what Awolowo said in response. Let me open the other book. Okay, so let me read Beautiful. I think it's this one. All right, let's start with this one, okay? Let's start with Ojuku's letter. It's very long, so I'm not going to read everything. Has about 9 points. I'm just going to read from point 4. Point 4, he says, this is Ojuku writing to Victor Banjo, 22nd August 1967. He says, Biafran troops will, after the liberation of the Yoruba land, I don't know that we're not under bondage, Ojuku was going to liberate us. The person will never liberate his own house. It says here, Biafran troops will, after the liberation of the Yoruba land, remain in that territory only for as long as we in Biafra consider it necessary for the Yorubas to consolidate their position and sovereignty against any external threat. In other words, Ojukwu is telling Yoruba people that after they have quote-unquote liberated us, Biafran forces will occupy Yoruba land for as long as they wanted. Number 5, on the liberation of the Yoruba land, you will be appointed military governor of that territory. That's Ojukwu telling Victor Banjo. That sounds like something cool. Not exactly. You know why? You know, there's this book they always say we should read. Igbo say, anytime it sees that you're a Yoruba person, they say you should go and read Why We Struck, Why We Struck, Why We Struck. They've never read that book. In Why We Struck, Adewale Ademoyega wrote in that book that Humphrey Chukwuka had told him that Ojukwu was going to make him the governor of Western region after the liberation of Western Nigeria. So Ojukwu basically promised 2 people. So in this book, you see him promising Victor Banjo. In Why We Struck, he promised Ademoyega the same thing. Number 6, the liberation of the Western Nigeria will be a prelude to the liberation of all Yorubas up to the river Niger at the severance of all connections between the West and the North at Jeba. Number 7, during the period of Biafran's troops' presence in your country, all political measures, statements, or decrees shall be subject to the approval in writing by myself or on my authority. Number 8, should our troops arrive and liberate Lagos, the government of the Republic of Biafra reserves the right to appoint a military administrator for the territory. Such an administrator will remain in office until a merger of that territory with Yoruba land is effected by Biafran troops. So, in other words, as Victor Banjo, once you become governor, everything you'll be talking has to go through me. He says here, it has to be subject to approval. Then it says here, we will also appoint somebody to lead Lagos. That would join all of those territories together. So we're talking about how he was going to come and liberate us. So what did Awo now say? This is Awolowo. This is what Awolowo said, because they've been saying that message that, oh, they are coming, they want to come and liberate us. Long before this final letter now came. I'm not going to read everything because this is quite long. Good. It says here, in the first place, I think I am voicing your deep and abiding. By the way, this statement, this speech was in Ibadan, and it was in that speech that I will say that if the Eastern region is allowed, by any acts of omission or commission, to secede from or opt out of Nigeria, then the Western region and Lagos must also stay out of the Federation. He was talking to his own people in Ibadan. And was saying if the East was allowed, it was not a promise to Igbo people, but they've been writing. Even their professors have written books saying that Awolowo promised them. Awolowo did not promise anybody's father anything. As a matter of fact, if you read Oyinka's book, what Awolowo said, or the agreement that Awolowo and Ojukwu had, was that he will give Papa 2 weeks' notice before declaring Biafra. Papa was in the East 6th and 7th of May. 6th and 7th. I don't want to open that book. 6th and 7th. The transcript of that meeting is the book called Awo and the Nigerian Civil War. That's the transcript of the meeting. At night, Ojukwu Nicodemously went to meet Awo and had to talk to him. And Awo, being a wise man, there's a lesson I learned from him. He called some people to be there to witness the event of that meeting. He mentioned them. It's in the book by Shoyinka, You Must Set What Are Done. They were there, and he was saying that whatever they wanted them to do, the only thing of consequence in all of that conversation was that Awo said to him, if you're going to insist on fighting and going to war, seceding, at least give us in Yoruba land 2 weeks notice, so that we can also plan what would happen, because at the time Yoruba land was occupied by northern forces. We'll be able to plan what we are also going to do. He didn't tell Awo anything. 6, 7 to 30. 23 days later, about 3 weeks later, he declared Biafra without even telling anybody. So Awo is saying here, this was before he declared this Biafra, he says, in the first instance, I think I'm voicing your deep and abiding sentiments when I saw that we, the sons and daughters of Oduduwa, are not under the bondage of the Hausa Fulani of any kind to shake off, and accordingly do not require the assistance of anyone. In the second place, even if we were under the yoke of an oppressor, I assert without fear of contradiction that we are quite capable of fending for ourselves and preserving our autonomy and freedom as a national unit in Nigeria. We will therefore not need the help of an outsider. It is not denied that 5 years ago, some Yoruba leaders allowed themselves to be used as pawns on the chessboard of two crafty players, each of whom erroneously believed it was his destiny to dominate the Nigerian peoples. Who was he talking about? You know exactly who he's talking about. They are still the same people still fighting over power. For the best part of these 4 years, Yoruba people knew neither peace nor contentment nor happiness. Since January 1966, however, the crisis which was proposed on the Yoruba people of Western Nigeria has spread with increasing venom to other parts of the Federation. What the rebels in the Eastern and Midwest states are now asking us to do is to allow the wakes of Holocaust with which the areas temporarily under their control, the afflicted or threatened, to be reflected back to Yoruba land. This was what got them to hate our law. He said, you cannot bring that thing. Number one, we're not under anybody's yoke. Number two, even if we were, you want to come and do it? How are you going to liberate us? You are clearly under occupation. That's what he said, that got people started changing stories about Awo. I'm going back to what I was saying originally. The change of story came from intellectuals. They crafted it. They told them what to believe. The people believed it. They still believe it. They don't even think about it. They could have PhDs, and I've met some of them with degrees as long as the thermometer. They have degrees, not very much wisdom, but the degrees are there. No understanding of history, no questioning, because that's a faith. It's their belief system, it's their identity. But I'm talking to you about what happened during the war. How about before the war? 1949, Ojukwu gave a speech in Aba, and in that speech, he was able to, I don't know how he did it, but it was brilliant. He successfully combined superiority and victimhood in one sentence, and people actually loved it and believed it. And since then, they're still doing it till today. Whenever you hear, I'm better than everybody in Nigeria, but Nigerians are not allowing me to become something, you'll be asking, how can a sensible person say this thing? These are two disparate thoughts. In other words, not even disparate, they are conflicting thoughts. Disparate thoughts are even different. This one are conflicting. They are words and opposite, but you believe the two. You are better and superior and kinikon than everybody in the country, but everybody is your guy and you are the victim of everybody. If you read the speech that Joko gave, is in his book, Speeches by Isaac. I don't like the book, and I'll tell you why. Because they changed things in that book. They edited things. He gave a speech in 49. They published a book in 61. And they had changed some things. He gave the speech in June. Right? I think it was June 25 in Aba. He published it in his own newspaper, West African Pilot, in July, where he said God has specially created them to lead the children of Africa out of the bondage of the ages. By the time they published that book in 61, they had changed. Yeah, I meant Zik. Is that Ojuku? Or I apologize. I meant Zik. By the time they published the book in 1961, they had changed the words. The only reason we know is that some people still have the copies of the newspaper publication from 1949, where he not only gave the speech in Aba, he now published the newspaper saying that God has really created them to rule all of us. So that's why you hear people today. They go everywhere saying that they are hardworking people. Every other person is lazy. They are smarter than you. They are better than you. But guess what? You are marginalizing them. How can you marginalize someone who is smarter than you? The fact that those two things don't make sense at the same time doesn't matter to a person who has cognitive dissonance. All right, where's Mr. Remy? I've been speaking for a bit. I want you to speak now, then I'll come back. Remy Gainda. No, he has to speak. He has to speak first. Where's Remy Guy? Mirinsha. Send request. Okay, let's bring some people up. Please mute as soon as you get up so we don't have interference. Thank you. So let's start with Ralph. Good evening. I don't think this person is there. Bumblebee, please go on.
Well done, Prof. I think I just wanted to add something to.
It's quieter now.
Okay. I have.
So your background is quieter now.
Yeah.
Yes, I can hear you.
So I just wanted to add something to my earlier submission. I think just like the Khoi people, the San people, some of them have ancestral connections to very, very ancient Asian, African origins and all that. So you have the Zulus, you have the Khoi, you have the Sans and all that. So, and then you have of course, the Boers, the Boer farmer wars from the old land and all that.
Which Zulu? Are Zulus all Igbos?
Now, so the Igbos from Israel. So one of the things people don't appreciate is the fact that when you see, just like Nigeria, South Africa too, when you see a group of people, it's not only the monarchical system, it's not only a unified cultural identity that brings them together. These people have fought wars together. These people have fought for the right to be a people in blood. They've paid for it in blood. You know the number of wars that the Yorubas have fought. You know, even within ourselves, the pacts we have, the history we have with ourselves. And then you have just a group of random people that just come in this age and time. These are countries that have been through maybe slavery, slave trades, transatlantic trade, Sahara trade, and all that. The trans-Sahara trade and all that, slave trade and all that. And then you just come from the bushes and you're like, we are the ones making you guys who you are, we are the ones bettering your environment and society. You want to make kings in this place. People that are cautious enough, like the Yoruba people, they come out and tell you, oh, well, this thing you are doing is not okay, you know? They try to be reasonable with you. But there are people that don't have that much tolerance level. That's what they are saying with the Zulus. The Zulus have been fighting wars since before even the Boer wars and everything. These people are warrior race. They've been fighting since. When people talk about, you know, some genocidal warlords and all that, talk about Shaka Zulu. That guy was a crazy guy. So these people have history. If you come around and you move anyhow, you collect. They don't go wait. Government will just stay one side, they look, they observe from afar. You go collect big time. And I think it will be a point of lesson for them. Hopefully. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you very much, sir. I really hope people learn. Is everywhere that can be Yoruba. You can't even do this thing in the north, let alone it's only Yoruba people that Yoruba people can be very harsh. Very harsh, but they're not usually harsh. They're always friendly until you tell them that they are stupid for being friendly, and you now see the other side. How will we be able to handle it when the time comes? Anyway, let me quickly respond to somebody on YouTube. It's Joachim. The account is t.me/Redomi Books on Telegram. So if you want to buy books on Redomi Books, t.me/Redomi Books. Redomi is spelled REDOMI Books. And
can you just paste it here, please? Paste it here so we can copy.
Please, I will do it. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to do it. So it's on YouTube already, and then there's also Redomi Global. Redomi Global is the community, and there's some free materials that will benefit you. There's some books. We don't usually share books because copyright issues, you know, but there's some very rare books, like a cousin to Ibn Danfodio. Are you the son of Dan? Are you? Hello, Ibn Danfodio.
Hello, yes.
Are you a Fulani man?
I'm not a Fulani.
You're Fulani?
I'm Hausa. I'm not a Fulani. You know why?
Are you not Ibn?
Yeah.
Okay.
I put
Tell
it
me,
there
please.
to go against the drum in the north. You know, there is a drum in the north because we are facing a very serious issue of insecurity, and some people they want to tribalize it. So I think for me it seems like no, it shouldn't be tribal. Insecurity, criminal is criminal from any tribe. That is my belief. So that is why I put this, because some people back and front, mom and dad, Hausa. I can't speak Fulani. I don't understand. Okay, I know some words because I'm in the north, but I don't speak Fulani. Okay, because my understanding is like some people from outside. I think it's just a part of what you are talking about. You know, but our people in the north.
It's gone with your submission. Thank you.
In the west, yes. In the west, I think you are very lucky. You are people you can write. In the north, if you look at, we don't write. That is why and we believe anybody that wants to write anything about the country or about what happened at the past, we believe people will write what is the truth. But it's later we realize no. Some people, we keep wondering how can someone with the PhD will lie? Just you pick a pen and just write a whole very big book about the history of your country that you want your children to read, you want your people to read, and you just lie in that book and you know you are lying. So that is what give us. So concerning this insecurity, I just believe, it's part of the project. I think some people just want to make like insecurity to be part of, because we had a issue of Boko Haram. We did not push it to any tribe, which if we want to push to a tribe, it is tribal. So,
all right. Thank you very much. Would you like to contribute to the conversation itself?
Yes. I think the conversation is about how some people presented themselves in Nigeria. Yes. Hello.
You know what? Just make your own submission in like 2 minutes. Whatever you want to say in 2 minutes. Okay. By the way, Ben, the name is up there already. Please just scroll up a bit. Thank you, Ben. Please just take 2 minutes, whatever you want to say, because if I want to tell you what we've been talking about, that's another, it's going to be another long day. Yeah, please go on.
Okay. Let me just talk about what I just met you discussing about. The issue of other tribe in Nigeria that believe they are everything behind in Nigeria and they are marginalized is, as you said, it started from the beginning. That was why, thank God, I had now you are mentioning about a paper. Is it a paper or a book by Zik? It's before independence even. I appreciate that because I said it from the beginning. Even British, they handed over Nigeria to the same people. That is my belief. I know Sardauna. Who did they hand over? I'm coming. Let me finish. I'm coming. I know Tafawa Balewa was the prime minister, but what are the arrangement? What is the arrangement for election? Who will change? Are we changing president or prime minister? That is my understanding. There is, I think,
we change prime minister, not president.
Not president. So the president will continue to be there. So that is, they handed over country to them. Whatever the president had the right, I think.
But it was a figurehead.
Yeah, figurehead. But as
most of the seats in parliament was still in the north. The power was essentially in the north.
Yes, I believe
that. They needed somebody from the south to give a semblance of, equity and, like fairness. Like it's not just the north. So that's why they got them to join the north. It was there as a figurehead, but he had some powers, but not as much as he thought. As a matter of fact, when he was going to exercise that power, was 1964. When he was going to exercise the power, he was told to his face that he couldn't, and that was when he wanted to get the army and the police and the works. I'll read some to you when you're done. I'll read some to you. I was going to get them to essentially remove the prime minister, and it was told that he couldn't. There was Welby Everett, there was Ademola, and then there was the Minister of Justice. Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is that yes, the president was not going to be removed, but it's not because he's more powerful. It was actually the North had more power at independence. But you can continue, please.
Yes, thank you. That's one I believe at that time, but definitely as far as the president will continue to be there as a ceremonial, I believe it is ceremonial, he will have influence, and if at last he will control everything. I'm telling you, at last, when he got someone that can do whatever he wants him to do as a prime minister, then that is over. British handed over Nigeria to them because they cannot change their own. Okay, after the North, the prime minister will be where? Maybe to the West. Okay, after the West, it will be to where again? To the East. When he got it to the East, everyone is done. I'm telling you, that is my belief, okay? Thank you so much. You can continue. That is my belief.
For that. Thank you, Ibn Danfodio. Let me take it down, because if I start speaking, I can assure you you're going to say something. So let me just take it down. Thank you for your submission. Number one, it was not the presidential system of government. It was parliamentary. So the question is, number one, there was no way they were able to transfer that power to the Igbo person. Not the way Nigeria was structured at the time, which was one of the reasons for the coup. The coup of 66 was a product of the people who really wanted power but couldn't get it any other way. And they tried different ways, especially during the Constitutional Conference of 1964. But to speak to what you were saying, the North had 50% of the seats in Parliament. And at the time, you don't vote for your prime minister now. Essentially, it's not presidential system. That's what I'm trying to say. So it's not like you're not zoning anything. There was no zoning. You're using APC and PDP politics. There was no zoning back. They were not going to move from the north to the east to the west. No. Most likely it's going to be in the north. By the way, that's the reason for the vigorous campaign of Papa Awo in the north in 1959. Because we're trying to get more seats in parliament so that it will be, if they had more seats in parliament, then they become the what's the word now? That even if they need to have an alliance, they'll be the senior partner, and then they can now choose the prime minister. Topic, man. It's not a case of, to be fair on the Igbos, what they had was not political power. What they had was the civil service. They had the civil service. They had the high commissions, the ambassadors. They dominated the civil service. By the way, not to be said. And there was a commission of inquiry into the matter. The report is here. If somebody says anything about it, I will read it. They did not do anything based on the fact that they were educated. It was because of nepotism. If you don't believe, please watch. There's a video on our YouTube channel. Achebe, meritocracy and nepotism, something like that, on YouTube. Please just check Bosuyori's YouTube channel. You'll find it there. We read out things that happened, and how they were able to get that influence, right? But it's important not to say, it's important not to now, go beyond the facts of history and say they had political power. They did not have political power. They had influence. They dominated places. They had power, but not political power. And they wanted political power. That was the reason they wanted to have a coup in 64. If you read reminiscences by somebody that we should read it here. I've not, maybe one will read it. But if you read reminiscences, Kilo Kobabai. Nnamdi Azikiwe was there, but was figurehead. He couldn't do anything. Okpara was complaining about the fact that he had no power because it was just ceremonial. And so they wanted political power. Therefore, Ojukwu and Zik planned a coup. The coup. And that coup was actually, the only reason that coup did not work was because they were told that Zeke would not be able to, so let me say it this way. I'm saying many things because I'm meandering. So Zeke was going to give an order for the military to do something. So they told him that whatever he says, the military was under no obligation to actually take his orders. That they're going to actually follow either the Prime Minister or the Minister of Defense, Ribadu. That was how that thing crumbled. But a normal day, they were going to have a coup in 64. Then they had a coup in 66. It was all together power. If they have political power, maybe they wouldn't have to do that. Anyway, let's have the final speaker, and then we'll maybe move to another news. I was even going to do something else before people came up with this whole South Africa. Did you even finish the South Africa thing? Maybe we'll revisit it. Let's have the final speaker. Review. I know this name.
Good evening.
Happy New Year.
Same to you. How you doing?
Good to see you. I'm very well. Welcome.
Yeah.
Ẹkáàbọ.
Yes, sir. So, Prof, I reflected on what you said, the comments you made about cultural development gap, and I kind of connect it with other activities that are taking place in our environment. It's kind of it's looking like a recurring decimal, a recurring issue among this group of people. And the disheartening thing in the midst of all this is that crash lack of responsibility. I am always right. I don't want to take responsibility. I don't want to accept my error and learn and move away from it. Do you know that this guys they are in South Africa and making provocative comments, trying to compare themselves with the Aboriginals, the black Aboriginals of South Africa, trying to throw around some narrative that, if the white people about, and this is very, very offensive to South African folks, and they are acting it. They are putting it in their faces that, look, we are black. If you can accommodate white people who are foreigner and they are landowners in your country, why not us? Like you said, in 2025 or in 2026, when land issues have already been settled, everybody has gotten their lands, and so now you are still vying for land. So the moment you do that, you should be ready for responses from the people. The same thing, like you said, the same thing happened in the same attitude in Ghana, that if they have a Yoruba community, headed by a king, why not they should also be able to have kings? The same thing is happening in Lagos State. When they will say, yeah, Tinubu is not from Lagos State, blah blah is not from Lagos State, blah blah is from Ekiti State, is from Osun State, so why not them being at the ends of affair in Lagos State? Then I ask them, are you Yoruba? Are you a Yoruba person? Why do you want to fix yourself in a place where you don't belong naturally? So I think that cultural void, they project their reality because, like you said, an individual from Ebonyi State can develop culturally, ancestrally, differently from an individual from Imo State. So they don't see themselves as one, even in their circle, in their region, they don't see themselves as one. So it's kind of, to them, it's very very complex that if somebody, and if a person is from Osun State and is kind of is a commissioner in Lagos State, and why not them that they are? Why not them? So they want to project that their reality, that an Ekiti person or Osun person is far different from Lagos person. So the moment that individual is in Lagos and is able to hold a certain post, then them who are from very like distant apart, world apart, they should also be able to hold posts. So these are the thinking. No matter what you do to correct them, they will never listen. So it's kind of disturbing. So I really don't know what we can do. I think we should keep talking, and the funny thing is that these guys now, they are putting a whole lot of people. They are affecting innocent people by their attitude. Because now properties have been touched in South Africa. We cannot be very sure that those properties being touched belongs to Igbo people. There are people from other resilient who are very faithful and very careful and respectful in their dealings with the community, whose property will be touched as well. So I think they are a necessary headache for us that we should learn how to deal with. We should learn how to deal with and continue talking to our people so that they will understand how to deal with them. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. That was actually a very good submission, and it's just sad that a lot of people who have nothing to do with this whole thing are going to suffer for it because some people are just being obnoxious. I'm going to read some stuff here on YouTube, then I'll let Mr. Remy speak. Jesus, the first thing I'm looking at is actually an insult. Let me just leave it, JJ. Akadol, Ekusheo. People on YouTube are angry, okay? Actually, the anger is intellectual anger. It's not your father, your mother. It's actually very deep. All right, let me just go back up a bit. White Kubo says, so that was why the Brimo's ancestor was one of Afonja's men who fled to Ghana after Afonja was killed. So that was why General Rossi made 12 out of 13 military formations to be commanded by Easterners. Even Ogundipo commanded no troops and couldn't stop revenge coup. You know what? People are very angry on this YouTube. Let me just leave it alone because it will take us back. But I want to thank you very much for your submissions. Well, let me read the last one. Please, what are the able intellectuals saying? This is Mr. Adekunle Rotimi Samuel. It says, what are Igbo intellectuals saying about recent happenings in SA? What are they saying? What they usually do when things happen? They're mute. They go mute. They go silent. The worst things could be happening. I mean, if this was happening to somebody else now, Peter Obi will be everywhere. They're set. They are many like that. They'll be talking. I don't even. It's one of the politicians, are they? Lecturers, professors, all of them. They'll be saying something, but let it be something that they are doing. They'll be quiet. They will be. Their silence is so loud, like it. You will know that this thing will come up on a sorrow. Why? Because there's no opportunity yet to be a victim. Once the opportunity opens up, you hear them speak up, and they will not talk about what they did. They'll be talking about being the victim. It's a tried and tested method. It's been working for about 80 years, give or take. So why stop? Yeah, 82 years. the earliest document, 82. It's been working for so long, so nobody needs to say anything. So to answer your question, they are not saying anything, and I am not surprised. It's a pattern. All right, let's have Mr. Remy. Otojo Meta.
Like I was the money visitor. No, money visit, and I call came in from Nigeria. That was why like I went up for Ekwale, Ekushe, Ekushe, So, Prof, you know what? Me personally, I would always blame we Yorubas and Yoruba land for this wahala. You know why? The Igbos, they use Yoruba and Yoruba land as blueprint. It worked for them in Yoruba land. It worked for them in Lagos. All these obnoxious behaviors and all this not respecting your host communities and everything. Because they were so successful with it in Lagos, especially Lagos, but in Yoruba land generally, that was why they could export this attitude. All these things started from Yoruba land. They could export it to other African countries. As far as then they now Asia, Europe, and everywhere. If we Yorubas had treated their fucked up, talk at the treat at the show money pepe. If we had stopped them dead in their tracks in Yoruba land, I guess to constitute nuisances that they are now doing. So I'm very glad the South Africans are standing up. Well, when the shit hits the fan, like everybody, Lumataba, that's just the sad part about it. But I guess it's about that time some people treated their fuck ups. And like, I'm so glad the South Africans are finally, standing up and doing that. And I guess, and I pray, I actually sincerely want the next place to be Yoruba land, to be Lagos, especially. Yes, no, like this is enough is enough. Like the thing is like, when are we going to? This thing is never ending. It's never ending. They always come up with different things. They will start protesting because like they went to bust their illicit drug making factories and everything. They are ever complaining, ever complaining. And like we Yorubas, then we must say stop. We must put our feet down like the South Africans have done today. We too, Yorubas, must start saying, no, stop, go back to your place, leave our place. Thank you. That's just what I have to say, Professor. I know you will not agree with me, but me, I
believe that is important. I mean, interestingly, actually, I agree with you to a very large extent. That it's important to actually put your foot down and not allow people to keep saying things. Well, we are all Nigeria, let's leave it. No, we should do something. Whether we should now do what they did in South Africa is where I think we may disagree. But the truth, and here's the sad part. You know, people write this on social media. And here's the truth. History actually supports them. History does not support me, what I'm about to say right now. History supports them. And this is what the person wrote. Something along the lines of, until there's violence, they don't learn. Historically, that's accurate. Even though I don't agree with, I don't want it to happen, but I will be the first to concede that history supports those people and not me. But when a person is not a goat, why would you wait for something violent to happen before you adjust? It happened in the north. The reason all this nonsense about Yoruba people are speaking about Yoruba land and you guys are bigots. When was the last time you heard that Hausa people are bigots? When was the last time you heard that Hausa people or Northerners were bigots? Did you hear that Northerners are bigots? You don't hear it now. What they did in 66, it's forever encoded in the DNA of the average person from the East. They don't even bother. They know what can come out of the North. So they don't bother. But you see, we Someone says you're going to be a politician. Sherry, the reason I always talk like this is because full packaging kini e ko nshaba se maso yoba ko nshaba se yo. Once you go extreme, it's difficult to go extreme in one thing and not in others. Do you get what I'm saying? Once you go like if you say okay, I'm going extreme in this particular thing, for the most part, it's usually difficult to not go extreme in other things as a society, not as an individual. I mean, society. Once you say you want to unleash terror in a particular field, you know something else, you might also do the same thing, which is what you notice whether it's in South Africa or in Hausa land. But it does not mean we don't have to go extreme, but it does not mean that you don't take the advice of Thai currency seriously. And I think it's important to begin to listen to that philosopher. Once in a while, you should take his philosophy, which is simple. Just one line. Wèrè la fi ń wo wèrè. Ìgbà míì ó yẹ kí ọmọ máa lò. Wà kàn sáré ṣe wà dẹ̀ padà bọ́ ò ní lọ jujuju. Don't become extreme. Just give am, collect, take. Believe it or not, that's what happened in last election. Do I like it? Not really, but wọ́n tó wá pé ìyá wọn ò ní sùn, wọ́n kò ní fojú borun. I hope that doesn't happen, but who knows? Well, just collect sharp, and then they move on. That is possible. Do I want it to happen? Maybe not. But if there's no other way for people to actually get their thoughts across, they're going to have to get you out one way or another. And I don't know. See what's happening now. They have burnt houses, they have burnt vehicles, they have killed people. On top of what? Somebody becoming a king. Now you can blame them and say, why? Is it not just a king? The question is, why are you also going to their land to go and appoint a king? Did they say they are looking for one? Ìròyìn dédé fi kò jù bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ. Prof ní ẹgbàlógún wèrè lóòótọ́ ni. Ẹ̀ka gbẹ́yàn àwọn méjì míì wá sókè. Baba T and another gentleman. Please mute as soon as you get up, and then we'll have Baba T first. I'm looking for a video. Anyone that's seen that video, please send it to me on TikTok if you find that video. It's a video when an Igbo man was telling a South African that the Zulus were actually from Igbo land. You know, if I find it that video, I'm going to play it. It's just very disrespectful to those people because they got very angry. I think I found it. Is it this one? Mambo? No, it's not this one. It's not this one. All right, but are you there? One second, let me bring some people up. Like I said, today is Masters Are Rising. Oguntoye, please, if you find it, please send it to me on Telegram. Sorry, on TikTok. Then I'll read it. I'll play it. I can't seem to find it right now. Don't worry, what I'm playing here. Oh, but people have terrible culture. I'm not even going to lie. Like, no, now, but this is 2026. If I find that video, I'm going to play it. But, okay, while I'm looking for it, if I find it, there is one video I think I should play. There's an Igbo man. Like I said, there's always exceptions. You always have exceptions. You have the good ones. But for the most part, they are always quiet. But sometimes, one or two will speak. But the main ones I always speak every time. People like Area Father, his name is Charlie Boy. People like Peter B. Those ones, see no evil, hear no evil. They won't talk. But once in a while, you have some of them that just feel like that, you know, feel like they have to share their thoughts. And one of them actually had this to say. This is actually quite encouraging. I don't know if it's going to change much, but it's important to also play this side of the story, so it doesn't look like everything is, you know, evil. Take a listen to this.
Because what is this thing? Every Igbo man want to be a king, want to be a chief, Everywhere in Johannesburg, you want to be a king. In East London, you want to be a king. In Cape Town, in South Africa, in US, you want to be a king. This thing is really getting out of hand. Let me really tell you what is deceiving you. This is what is deceiving you. You see this car? You want to be addressed as king, whatever. This thing is what is deceiving you. Here's another one. Chief.
He's showing them caps and something that looks like a crown. That's what is deceiving them.
This is what is deceiving you. Here's another one. Chief. This is what is deceiving you. Whenever you wear these things. So, what is the meaning of all this? Now, it come to an extent that you want to become of king of Eastern Cape or East London, and the people of South Africa are protesting against it, and you are still going ahead doing it. Like for what exactly? Like, I know a lot of meaningful, well-educated, well-behaved, mannered people are following me. I don't need to ask anyone, that the belly. I know you guys are following me. So I'm trying to ask you guys, is this thing actually right? That now you will come all the way from Nigeria and come here and want to become king. Are you king where you come from in Nigeria? That's number one question. Are you king wherever you come from? If you are a king, if you are from a royal family, you remain royal. You are from a royal family. What you have, you don't fight for it. Every king stays in his own land. Every king. That's why a king hardly visits, hardly travel. You guys have messed up Igbo culture. That is why everybody is talking against Igbo. Igbos, call yourself a meeting and talk to. If you are an Igbo man and you see one Igbo man that wants to ridicule an Igbo man, talk sense into him. What is this echichi and echeba? Eh? Yoruba people does not create king outside Yoruba land. Hausa people does not create king outside Hausa land. Bini people does not create king outside Bini land. These same people are all Nigerians. Yes, Oba Atokbe. They all have respect because there is no this thing of autonomous community, autonomous. So everybody wants to have their king. If your brother becomes governor, you go and talk to him, he will give you a king. If your brother becomes senator, you go and talk to him, he give you a king. Come to South Africa. Let's call ourselves for meeting because I'm an Igbo man. You guys are disgracing us. You guys are disgracing us. Why should you force yourself as a king in another man's land? If you are desperate to be a king, go to your kingdom, go to where you were born and become king there. If the people that you were born with will make you king, you become king. You don't come here and start telling. All these people are all Nigerians. They don't create king in other countries. And guess what? That is why their kingdom is stronger than Igbo kingdom.
All right. I don't know if there's an Igbo kingdom, but yeah, that's a good one from an Igbo man. Like I said, it's important to also play things like this to highlight that sometimes you have those who speak up, but generally speaking, it is what it is. I want to thank Femi Aniola on YouTube. Thank you so much for the gift. I really do appreciate it. And those who give gifts also on TikTok earlier, I think I already appreciated you, but thank you very much for your support. All right. I mentioned the video. I'm going to play that one. That will move away from this South African thing. This, I think, is actually the apps that we're going to end this this conversation about South Africa on this note. One man in game mind create story for South Africans, to change their origin story. There's a video of an Igbo king talking about trying to change the origin story of your Bible. But at least that one was even telling us that they were there before, which is ridiculous. But this one is going beyond that to tell them how they got to South Africa, to tell them who they are as a people. Take a listen to this, please.
Amazulu mean? What does Zulu mean to you? What does the word Amazulu mean? Since you say
Zulu is a name, like I told you, the father of Zulu, which is Nkosinkulu Malandela. He had two sons. He named one Zulu and named one Kwabe. So if you ask me now what is the meaning, we should be asking the father that gave birth to them.
But you said, Tina, I'm a Zulu, we're from Nigeria. And I'm saying to you is, what does Zulu mean? Zulu has a very specific name. What does it mean?
Hello, are you still here?
Yes, I'm still here. Yes. I'm saying to you, since you said, Tina, we're from Nigeria, so what does the word Zulu mean?
We are, because I use Zulu now, if I use Nkulumalo, you might not know what I'm talking about. I use Zulu because it's what we use now, we know now. All right, but your progenitor, the ancestry of Zulu, where Zulu came from at the later stage, the Nkurumaro that was banished in Igbo land for wrong deed. He then went to the Bantu. First place he learned to.
I hear what you're saying, but my question to you is, what does Zulu mean? That's what
you can't ask me what it means, because
I can, because you're saying we're from Nigeria.
You can as well ask me. You can as well ask me what does Nkosinkulu mean. Or what does I am telling you the meaning of Nkulumal. I've told you the one that related to Igbo is the one that can tell you what it means. Nkulumalo, of which you come that side and corrupted it to Kumar. That is the linkage. So the Zulu was the child he gave birth at later stage. There were so many kings before the father of Zulu was born. Before Zulu was born. I don't know if you
I don't think you're understanding my question.
But at the very same time, don't try too hard, man. Don't try too hard. You know, sometimes when you try too hard, you become fake sometimes. Because people, when they come and say, no, I've done this, and I came up with this research, you look at the person, you say, is this person for real? Am I talking to human here, or maybe some kind of AI? I don't know, sometimes, you know, some people are delusional in such a way that they even forget that they are human themselves. Let's actually come up with facts and claim things that we do are factual. When you come up with a discovery, if you are doing research, where is the paper that you actually writing this? Where you can't even tell us about the sources. You can't even reference whatever you are saying. You just come up with these are facts. Yes. Facts. Why can't you just say, according to this and that, there was paper, according to this.
Wait, there was a guest before you, of which they had made such an observation, of which I saw the guest, of which I accepted
that guest with
all right, because I'm bound to correction, to be corrected. It's fine. I'm okay. But
yeah, you look a little bit matured, but I don't understand. I don't know. You look matured, so I'm worried where you are actually pushing this narrative.
So
I really am very worried.
So
when I look at you, I say this guy is matured. He cannot be sort of, coming up with such kind of. But when I ask you questions, you find it very difficult to answer even a single question. So it becomes, worrisome. But anyway,
all right.
Thanks for the platform, but be careful not to confuse people who are already confused, man. Don't confuse people beyond confusion.
No problem.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for.
Nkulumalo. It now became Zulu. The day they will beat people, that changed the Apple story, eh? But that's the man's idea of the origin of other people. They tell them their own story, say their great grandfather did something wrong in Igbo land. It was now excommunicated or banished. He now waka all the way to South Africa, became was Nkulumalo, now became Zulu. If they beat people now, they will now say that those people are xenophobic. But as we wrap up this thing, I just was very funny. I want to calm down a bit and also allow you guys to laugh for a bit, and then we'll move on to other things. Take a listen to some comedy in the chat, but they were serious, to be honest, but it sounds very funny to me. Take a listen, please.
Last time I told the people that the Igbo people gave back to Japan, they said I am crazy. I shut my mouth. Later, Japanese government said they are interested, I have to come. Because when I got there, I am going to show them why the Japanese answer names like Ogwejofo, Ngozeka. The Japanese. Yes.
You ask anybody, the name America is an Igbo name. America is an Igbo name. The real meaning is Emerigomunka. Ask anybody.
Okay, so, sir, please, can you tell us
the woman name called Bo. Good. What you are saying is Bo God. They build this hut, and what we do is to renovate.
I got the advice from a madman.
That is this mud house, only brushed with cement.
Later, Japanese government, people that the Igbo people gave back to Japan, they said I am crazy. I shut my mouth. Later, Japanese government said they are interested, I have to come. Because when I got there, I am going to show them why the Japanese answer names like Ogwejofo, Ngozeka. The Japanese. Yes.
Europa, okay. Europa. There's not like Igbo. There was Bo GBO. The woman named called Bo who gave birth to Europa. Europa, the one that ruled Europe. Yeah, Europa is all.
Europa, okay.
Europa is the woman's name. The grandmother's name is Bo. There's not like Igbo. There was Bo GBO. The woman. Europa, the one that ruled Europe. Yeah, Europa is all.
Europa, okay.
Europa is the woman's name. The grandmother.
You ask anybody, the name America is an Igbo name. America is an Igbo name. The real meaning is Emerigomunka. Ask anybody, the founder of America is a black. No matter what is taking place today. And that will take us back. You, the English people, said civilization started in Africa. Yes.
I got the advice from a madman.
Sorry about I don't know who added out that video, but I think it works. Boy.
Biafra was the capital of so many kingdoms as at that time. Go and ask the first person that was able to draw the world map, a Portuguese. Fernando Dogo. Fernando Dopo. That's the name. Yes, if I get it correctly. Go and check the first person that drew the world map.
So Biafra was in Nama.
Are you asking me? I said, go and this I'm saying is I'm talking to the public. Now Biafra was the kingdom of was the capital of so many kingdoms on earth as at that time.
Not a New Yam festival. It is to mark the killing of our Lord Jesus Christ, Manuel. He was crucified right here in Owerri, where? At Ugwepemarug. Not a New Yam festival. It is to mark the killing of our Lord Jesus Christ, Manuel. He was crucified right here in Owerri, where? At Ugwepemarug. Ekwe Oma Aru Ogo, the skull shrine of the abomination of the district. But the mistransliteration led to Ekpemarugo. But Ekwe, skull, Oma, temple, Aru Ogo, the skull shrine of the abomination of the district. So to mark that crucifixion, the leaders from time immemorial, who were the people who led his crucifixion, right here, mark it and remember it in an annual celebration to mark this sorrow of the crucifixion of the person Owerri called Manuelu. Manuelu is somebody that came from above, which you call in English Emmanuel. Now, what had happened here was that at about the time Christ was born, right here in Owerri, and he was called Manuel, the leaders, his own people, did not trust what he was saying, that he was the Son of God. Well, they said, well, we know you work with your father. The father was called Onyo Jesu Joseph. And they had a shop on this Ekonwa Street. Yeah, you call it Ekonwa Street, but the correct thing is Eke Ono Wa Osisi. Eke Ono Wa Osisi. The marketplace, the Eke marketplace where he split wood, because he had a shop at the junction of Ekonwa and Ihenacho Street. That whole area is called Orubunjamanze. That's what it's called. Orubunjamanze, that thing is not correctly called, is the...
All of you that are laughing in the comment section, you will learn history today. Jesus has a shop in Owerri. He was splitting wood. Even if someone say, ha, we learn history. You don't know. We will learn history. We don't know history, so we must learn history. That one is, so we've read America, we've read Fernando Po.
Prof, imagine that you living in a foreign land in South Africa for that.
No, please hold on. And this will, please be on TikTok, please power tap. Please power tap on TikTok. This is showing inactivity. We've read America, we've read Europa, we've read Japan. Now Jesus is from Owerri, and also the Zulu people are from Igbo land. There's another one. I've played it here before, so we're just having fun. I'm going to get into serious things later, but it's important to learn history from these clowns. This was from Egypt. Take a listen.
Yes, the whole in the book series, as we go along the several volumes of the book, you will see that the 360 pharaohs, we call them in Igbo, Eferoha, your worship of. We are all Igbos. They were the people who built the pyramids. They were the people who invented writing. They were the people who invented the battery circuits. I show it in the book. I actually show typical battery circuits which were invented then. I actually show the aeroplane with perfect tetrahedral structure, which has been tested by companies like Lockheed Martin. The models, they have been put in a wind tunnel and they fly. So that means even today's technology, even with the today's technology, the engineers have not even achieved this level of perfection as we speak. So the Igbos really were the kings of ancient Israel. They were the pharaohs. They were the people we know as Carthaginians, and then some of them are known as Phoenicians. We are actually rewriting the fundamentals of the history. And
when you read Bible very well, when you find out that before they get to that place where Israel is dwelling today, the tribe of God has a place for them, their children and their people. They didn't get to the Israel with the people. They fight and get to the place. Now, that will take me to another place because we keep telling why we say this is that when they wrote Bible, we are not there. But when you see that from Genesis to Malachi, it's our history and it's our tradition.
I want to make sure that I understand you.
Yeah.
You said that place, Israel. When you say Israel, what area you're talking about? Where is this Israel?
Israel is now where people are living now as Israel now. But the original Israel is here. I told you, go and do your research. Since the creation of the world,
yes,
this place you are living has never been destroyed. When you read Bible very well, when you find out
I need to go now. So Jesus is a Nigerian.
Yeah, Jesus is a Nigerian.
So which part of Nigeria?
From Igbo. I'm from Igbo.
Which part of Igbo?
Imo State.
Imo State.
Imo State. Imo is a Mbochimbite.
Oh,
I'm from
okay.
Imo State.
So it's good to hear Jesus is from Nigeria.
Jesus is from Nigeria.
And Jesus is coming back through you. You are Virgin Mary.
I was the Virgin Mary.
You are Jesus.
And the mother of Jesus. Jesus, God is from Nigeria. Well, and the mother of Jesus. And the mother of Jesus, God have made me to know that I'm the mother of Jesus. This revelation have been coming to me since 2015. I've gotten several revelations about it.
Jesus is from Nigeria.
Well, Jesus was born through me over 2
Oh, through you?
Through me, yes, through the Virgin Mary. I was the Virgin Mary.
You were the Virgin Mary?
Yes, according to the revelation I'm getting, it made me to know that I was the Virgin Mary.
Oh.
And Jesus is coming through me again in this earth.
Oh.
In this earth. Jesus is going to reincarnate.
Through you?
Through me, by the grace and mercy of God and the will of God. That's what God has chosen me to do.
Oh, okay.
And he will come here and be born here. And the way
paid homage to the ancestral and ancient home of the Igbo nation and Biafra in general. Behind me is where we call Obugad, the all popular Obugad, the ancestral and ancient home of the patriarch of the entire Igbo nation.
God Ẹkáàbọ Israel. Ọ bụ Israel si ebe a pụọ, ma ọ bụ anyị si ebe a nwụta. Bụ aka odi oyi, sọsịrị anyị mara na anyị na ha bụ nwanne ma bụrụ obi anyị.
Somebody says, please, what are Igbos eating that is affecting? You're asking me. Go and meet the first person that wrote a book, Fernando Poe. Go and verify. Ask anybody. You know they use that thing a lot. Ask anybody. Even Peter B uses it. Say, ask anybody. It's enough. Anyway, all that to tell you that there's no way people like this will not go everywhere looking for kings. My advice is that the folks who are more educated, it's not even wow. By the way, by education, I don't mean the ones that went to school. Just because you have degrees does not mean that you know how to, function properly. People are just, these ones are telling you about Jesus having a shop in Owerri. See how they speak English. The one where they say Jesus, they do battery. I'm sorry. I be Vero, and then they do battery and aeroplane. Not be English they speak. People are saying they go school now. So not be that kind of education they talk. People they go school. People are better educated, that are more about facts, right, and historical facts and truth, right, and sanity should speak up in Igbo society so that more people will calm down, and then we can have. I'm looking at you. This one is always very foreign to me, and it's because of people that are speaking on the in the background. I said, "Bo, the woman." I'm sorry, guys. Just please oblige me. I mean, indulge me. Indulge me, please.
There's not like Igbo. There was Bo, GBO. The woman name called Bo, who gave birth to Irupa. Europa is all.
Europa, okay.
Irupa is the woman's name. The grandmother's name is Bo. Like.
Is that thing on that? That was a Jesus, my brain won't blow. I think they make me laugh.
So many kingdoms at that time.
Sorry,
Go and ask the first person that was able to draw the world map, a Portuguese. Fernando Dogo. Fernando Dopo. That's the name. Yes, if I get it correctly. Go and check the first person that drew the world map.
So Biafra was in Nama.
Are you asking me? I said go and this thing I'm saying is I'm talking to the public. Now Biafra was the kingdom was the capital of so many kingdoms on earth as at that time. Biafra.
Please, Jimmy, just 2 more videos. I want to actually listen. There's something I want to connect. You will see it now.
You ask anybody. The name America.
Ask anybody.
Is an Igbo name. America is an Igbo name. The real meaning is Emerigomunka. Ask anybody. The founder of America is a black. No matter what is taking place today, and that will take us back. You, the English people, said civilization started in Africa. Yes, it started here.
So go and ask anybody what my business is, and that's what I even study. If you go and read what I studied in Harvard is market to market management. I'm marketing. I'm a distributor. And go and ask Okola there in Nigeria. Ask other people. As that time I was in business.
I just like that. Go and ask anybody. You see it everywhere. Go and ask people what they make things up. Go and ask. You will not ask. Go and verify. Anyway, let's move on to other things. Is a distributor? I mean, the man is a distributor of all kinds of things. Go and verify. All right. 7:38. You want to take me to? All right. Dr. Rabiu Musa Kwakwanso wrote a letter to his party. I actually found it a bit shocking when I saw it yesterday, where he resigned his membership of the party. But today he has joined the ADC, and we can only wish him the best. I don't know what's going to come out of this, what the goal is actually. And I was thinking about so many things, because the party was a party that he founded and gave him some form of power, so to speak, in Kano State, and now that he has moved. But to be honest, I think the party was already losing its grip, or maybe it was not losing its grip, the party, especially with the governor moving from NNPP to APC earlier this year. But now he has moved to ADC. We'll see how that plays out. I mean, how he's joining that party would, I don't know what's going to do, I don't know what's going to what that will lead to in terms of his influence in Kano State. Whether the party will still be running, or it will just focus on his movement, the Converge movement. But someone says yes, he lost his governor. That's the governor of Kano State, who moved to APC. We'll see how that plays out. But a lot of people have been talking about whether he's going to run with Peter Obi and in ADC. It looks like, and then of course, in the dreams of many of these people, he will be the vice president. It is well. Sha, we'll see how it plays out. If I play, you won't hear that. Okay, only non-call. Sha, I want to welcome Alhaji Rabi Musa Kwankwaso in ADC. I'm really trying to understand what he's doing, but it's someone I actually respect, so I'm going to wait until I see more news from that end. Move on swiftly. Over the weekend, the APC had their convention, and it was quite interesting. And we're not going to play everything, but just something from that convention. So we'll hear the voice of the president of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Take a listen, please.
Hearing the Electoral Act was passed by overwhelming majority of the members of the National Assembly elected by Nigerian people in accordance with 1999 Constitution as amendment. The Act reflects our collective quest as a nation to strengthen our electoral system and consolidate democratic rule. Therefore, our commitment is to uphold the rule of law, conduct credible elections, and protect the integrity of our elections, and continue to be a stronger, secure, and united country.
The speech is actually quite long. I'm not going to play everything, but I think they had a great time because I saw a lot of videos on social media. And of course, yesterday the president clocked 74. Happy birthday to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. May God continue to bless him and his family. May increase in wisdom. May he be strong, and may he achieve his dreams for this great country. Happy birthday, Akombi Omo Olodoide. Adamorisha says all these smart people with Shakara, it's not easy, it's grace. It's grace. Alright, that's about that on president. I thank God for grace, because I'm glad I didn't choose a topic, because now I would be rushing to get to today's topic. But now we're just on the news. Most of what's here is actually about South Africa, but I don't want to play anything from South Africa anymore for today. We've spent enough time in SA. But of course, there are videos from India as well. Maybe you want to hear this as we move on to other things, but since we are here already, you might as well listen. Take a listen, please.
5 years, 10 years, we are here for no reason. Close our gates, send us home. They cannot allow. This is what they have done to us. They locked us inside. All. They locked us inside. All. This is what we are facing this morning. 31st of December. 31st of January, 2026. This is what is happening here. It's 5 years, 10 years. We are.
There are many people in prison in India. I hope that things work out for them. People have been complaining, of course, that there's a lot of crimes, and it's just a shame. I hope that things work out for them. All right. There is something there's this news making the rounds. This guy, the comedian who was just clowning around last week, insulting Shore and asking him not to talk about OT. Well, there's been a clapback. People were responding to what he said, and of course, a lot of people were unhappy. And then they found a video where he actually did something really terrible. I'm going to play that video of what he did. But he then decided to respond to what people have been saying, and rather than apologize for the nauseating thing he said, he had this to say. And after this, I'll play what stuff people were actually responding to initially. Take a listen to this, please.
So I came on Twitter and saw that they're dragging me. They're even adding today North's name in it. That we all are bigots. That we are promoting Southeast governors and demoting. One person said that Igbos know how to protect their own, while they target others. This started after I criticized Shore going to Aba to say that the governor is not doing anything tangible. And that is the reason why all of a sudden I'm tribalistic. That is the reason why all of a sudden, yes. So, this was some other person. They did videos calling me all sorts of names and all of that I've been hiding since now. I'm coming out of my shell to show my true self. Now, for all of you who are saying that I'm promoting Southeast governors, when I started the campaign posting all local government chairman, where in the West did I post? Right? I started from Southeast. There were a lot of videos. I was arranging it. I was still even trying to come to the West. One person from the West told me, why are you posting only East? If you're going to post this one. I was still saying, okay, when I'm less busy, I'm going to look at those ones and post, from that area. So how come I'm talking about Imo State, talking about Ebonyi State, talking about Cross River, not one state from West has been mentioned yet. Right? So sometimes you look beyond this 3K where they give on for Twitter. Yeah, you look beyond it. The part of the reason some of us are here fighting is because it's the poverty that push you into saying all these things.
All right. Well, the people that are collecting 3K will probably respond to the stupidity that is coming out of his mouth. There's something that people actually were angry about, and this is what it is.
Hey! God, this is the worst thing that can happen to anybody. How? Yoruba can never give infection before. Hey, infection when they ta.
So they're doing skits and whatever, talking about Yoruba girls giving people the infection. It's funny that it's easy to laugh and make Yoruba people the butt of their jokes, and then when you speak, you are the one who is a bigot and stuff. It's just a shame that these are the kind of people that are platformed in Nigeria. The comedy is usually, for me, it's over the board. It's not something that it's not my kettle of fish. And I mean, we like different things, so that's not even the point. It's just that those who really want great democracy would not mind their governors being criticized, especially when they have the mouth to criticize other people's governors. And your Bible should not be the butt of people's jokes. But I'm not going to spend too much time on that. I want to go back to President Tinubu. There's something I was supposed to play earlier, I didn't play. Celebrating 74th birthday, he donated all his salaries since assuming office to New Armed Forces Welfare Fund. I'd like you to listen to his speech. This was yesterday. Take a listen, please.
And it's a symbol of love and commitment to the growth and unity of this country. I thank all of you. Lunch or dinner I don't have. I didn't prepare for it. But what I need to do on your behalf is to announce a special account to be created. Today, from all the salaries that I've earned, the Accountant General to establish an account to fund those men and women who stand on the arms way, who have lost the husband and wives. Create a special funding for them. Regardless of what insurance or what military or the armed forces might have been doing. They put hands together to donate specially
There's a little internet issue. Essentially, the president is donating all his earnings since he got to the office to the new Armed Forces Welfare Fund. And that's really good news. I'm going to bring some people up and we'll hear their thoughts as well. Lagos says, let me Lagos says they keep destroying the Nigerian passport internationally. Well, sadly, that's the reality, and it's crazy because people travel and say, "Oh, Nigeria is bad." People call Nigeria's rules. Please mute. People say all this thing about the country, and they're actually the ones, doing the most. It's terrible. Let's have Concilium. Good evening, Concilium. Concilium, are you there? Please unmute. Oh.
Yeah, yes.
Ẹkáàbọ.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please.
Okay. I believe that yes, Ekale, Ekusheno.
Yeah.
I think these people and their problem is too many. They let too many mad people in their midst speak for them, and I want to the carry the wala because all these stories that they are formulating from God knows where, from Egypt, from America, from Europe, from Odishishi, if they actually what's the word I'm looking for now? A turn of phrase I'm looking for. If they actually engage the intellectuals to actually find the origins of their people, you will not be talking all of this.
Our intellectual also sorry. Intellectual also sorry.
I want to play intellectual anymore.
Yes, now. These are intellectuals for real. Like, I mean, some of them, the one that was talking about Egypt,
no,
and that was talking about Jesus coming from Owerri.
Absolute madness, I tell you, absolute madness, nonsense. No Yoruba man what he saw to come out and be saying this that no anybody better put Yahweh. Ẹ jẹ́ àsọtọ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ fúnra wa. Ìsọkúsọ làwọn ará bí ń sọ. Ìsọkúsọ gidi ló ń sọ. Ẹ̀rọ dẹ̀ ń sọ wọ́n dẹ̀ with so much confidence. Mo wá sí ṣé wọ́n wèrè oní ẹ̀ tí ẹ̀ wojú àwọn tó yí yín ká pẹ̀lú ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ̀ ń sọ. Ẹ̀ dẹ̀ ń sọ ẹ̀ comfortable o lọ sí ìlú onílùú South Africa o sọ pé Zulu o pé wọ́n bí ọmọ kan ń gbé Zulu ẹ̀ dẹ̀ ń sọ. Who talks to these people? Where do they come from? There's no unity amongst them. They don't have an origin story that binds them together. They'll be in that small space. Even though it is, if you think about it, you'll be able to realize that in the evolution of human beings that there must be a binding story that binds all of them together. Because for that small space, we have a story that pushes us all the way to Okun. We know our story. Their place is so small that it's very easy to trace their lineage. They might be an offshoot of one of the groups around them. If you are really honest, we are an offshoot of a smaller group around them that doesn't want to claim them anymore. But it's just absolute madness. And this is what we have to deal with in this country that we are in now. And it's just sad. It's very sad. It's very, very sad. We have to deal with such madness. Like I said in one of the comments, British loafer. Everybody else has a story. Everybody else is sure-footed about their origin. They are the only ones that don't know where they are from or do not have a original story to tell anybody about where they are from. They just keep saying nonsense everywhere. And it's sad that we have to live amongst this world and start telling us that Nigeria. Tó o bá ṣe Nigeria ní ṣé ẹ̀yin lẹ́sẹ̀ láti lọ síbi. Àwọn ti dé imọ́ bí kan wọ́n fi jẹun ni. Okay, that's all I have to say. I'm sorry, I'm a little bit long-winded. No,
yeah. Thank you, sir. Ah, boy. I wish I could play more videos because there's some videos I'm not watching. I'm like, kilo shele. But to be fair, there's a particular there's an older man actually, and I think he's probably the most honest one I've heard. It was asked a simple question, where he was from, and he said he doesn't know. And I think that's honorable. You know, when people come around and say things like, "Oh, you know, you Yoruba people, they always say Ojuda fell from the sky." And the truth is because they don't know their own origin story. They created an origin story not too long ago, and it had to do with Eri. And they said Eri and his wife Nemeka, they arrived, some say descended from heaven and landed at Omambala in present Anambra State. That myth is a copy of the Oduduwa myth. The only difference is that they added the woman. They don't have a unifying story. And in usual, there are many people that eventually will gather and unify themselves and come up with a story. But the point is, how can you not have one in the 21st century? I mean, to be fair, myth of origin is not the same thing as the history of a people. But here's the truth. Your inability to have a myth of origin actually shows your level of civilization or lack thereof. One of the signs that the people are actually civilized is that they have something to explain how they got where they are, even if that thing is not necessarily scientifically correct as far as archaeology and things are concerned. But it shows that they've been able to sit down to actually think of their origins. And you have to have some things sorted to be able to do that. You are not fighting over food. You have abundance. You have a structured society for you to be thinking of a myth of origin. Myths of origin are created, but they are created by people who have actually conquered all those basic issues of life: food, clothing, shelter, all those things. I mean, we read the book here the other day. With all due respect, the book was published in 1866. A charge on the banks of the river Niger in West Africa by Samajaik rather. As at 1857, when they got to Onitsha, people were not well dressed. You think they'll be thinking of epistemology and origin story? And that's why it's a bit painful when people have conversations and they'll say things like, some people do them something, but Yoruba is not do. I'm like, this comparison is an insult. Forget what you're even saying. The fact that you could even compare is an insult. The idea of where am I from? You know, and I've said it here several times. You go back, forget when we are all reading books and speaking English. Go back centuries, right? You meet Yoruba person, they'll tell you to go home. They'll tell you that their home, their origin is Ife. They know where they're from. They have a myth of origin that was already deeply rooted in them. And a lot of things were associated with it: the economy, their politics, their religion, their ancestry, different things. Even if they came up with it, it was something that helped them move around this earth with a root. They are rooted somewhere. They are not vagabonds. They're not nomads, just moving all over the place without any place they can call their own. They know where they were from. They had a place. Such that when Europeans started arriving, when they got to Oyo, when Henry Higgins got to Oyo in 1866, he was told that, listen, our home is Ife. The Alaafin told him. When Indira got to Ife in the 1850s, they told him that his own grandfather, all his ancestors were created in Ife. That's the mindset of a person that actually knows where he's from. Not that in 2026 you are from Egypt, you are from Israel, you are from Japan, Amerigonka, Europe. Where again? Ife. Can you imagine? Just Israel, all over the place, without home. What people should do is actually sit down, and it's better late than never. They can create something for themselves today. I've read some things in books. I've read books with different stories. Listen, it is possible that people don't agree on some things, but there are some things that are fundamental. And like I always say, I'm a Christian, right? But I understand, because a lot of people think that the myth of origin is really about religion. It's not about religion. Is the answer to the question of origins, like ownership of your space. In other words, this place is ours. So Yoruba will tell you that inu leyi not mo awon eyan. In fact, when they're going to, Yoruba, our fathers were so bright. It's not, if you really study Yoruba myth from an academic perspective, not religious perspective, you will see what they were doing. In Yoruba cosmology and mythology, God did not create man. I'm a Christian. I know Adam and Eve. There's a point I'm trying to make. God did not create man in Yoruba myth. It was Obatala who created man. And that's why you hear the story that if you find a hunchback or a mukun or somebody who has deformity of any kind, wani mobile Yoruba, out of respect, wani gbati baba to momu belo mori wa moni mokumo lo sha feel ebe. The point is, only man form is the one who molds. Have you ever asked yourself, why did they do that? Why did they call him the one molding people? There's a reason for that. And that reason is not religious. Scholars have said it had to do with the work he did while he was on earth. And the part of how he ended up making deformed people also actually had to do with his habits. They were able to weave even your idiosyncrasies into the myth of origin and that is why today anybody to ban tele to ban bo rishanda to ban bo batala or memu, the taboo for them. The point I'm trying to make is that, do you know what it will take people to actually sit down to craft that kind of thing for their people? The other day I was saying, and it's actually very true, before Christ was born, if you read, there's this book by Professor Sophie Oluwole. I want to recommend the book. Socrates and Orunmila, two patron saints of classical philosophy. There are many books you should be reading here, but hopefully you can read it on your own too. But one of these days we'll talk about it. According to that book, Socrates and Orunmila, two patron saints of classical philosophy, and Odun Ifa by Abosede Emmanuel, they dated Orunmila's existence to around 500 BC. But that's actually not what's actually really cool. The point is that that man actually had the time to busy himself with philosophy before Christ was born, to the point where he had disciples, to the point where they eventually built a school. Akijobin called that school Ikedu. Here's the question: how on earth are you going to sit down and be talking philosophy if you have not eaten? When I say philosophy, I mean proper philosophy, like whatever you think philosophy is, that's what I'm talking about. The same way Socrates and Plato and Aristotle and so on and so forth, the same way. Of course, different context, but the fact that, and if you want to really understand this, by the way, let me quickly say something. Some people send me messages and say, why don't you talk about their spirituality? I'm a Christian. 1 second, please. I'm a Christian. My relationship with my ancestors is biological. And it's important that Yoruba people also understand these things. When you hear the word ancestor, it is not a spiritual term. It's a biological term. My father, my grandfather, his father, and so on and so forth. It's biology. It doesn't have to be religious. If you are a religious skinny, that's fine for you. I am a Christian, proudly so. But the structure of society, as put down by my ancestors, is what we live by. That thing is called philosophy. And it has thrived for centuries, apparently, or for even millennia. Over the years, it's been here. And we've been playing around with all these clowns talking Amerigonka, but let's talk to ourselves. We have to be intentional about understanding our worldview as Yoruba people, right? And I've said several times, the people to compare yourselves with, just ask yourself about China. Because I told you about the documentary I watched the other day where they were talking about philosophers from around the world, and they mentioned Confucius from China, they mentioned Socrates. Of course, most of them were Western. Socrates, Plato, Aristotle, Locke, Rousseau, and so on and so forth. Why didn't they mention Oromila? And one of the reasons is because of how we understand the idea of, or the personalities of these people. They were humans. Now, were there some of them that were worshipped that were, what's the word now, had shrines and, had people worshipping and so on and so forth? Yes. But it will interest you to know that that was the same story in Europe. Pythagoras, for instance, if you hear Pythagoras today, the only thing you think about is math. I mean, that's what I would think about Pythagoras' theorem. But he also had a shrine. He was a priest. And he had followers who wanted the religious part of him. He had the ones who were concerned with the mathematical. It's just so interesting that the mathematical ones are the ones that actually lived. I mean, that the ones that actually, what's the word? That the one who have endured. But the point is, the philosophy of these people. So back to what I was saying. When you read that book I mentioned earlier by Sophia Oluwole, you understand that wait, this man, no, Socrates did not become saint. Aristotle did not become saint. Pythagoras did not become saint. They are seen based on the things they shared and things they gave to the world. And I think, and you people have to be able to do this regardless of their religions. So when people say things like, why don't you talk about, I don't want to talk about your religion because I'm not having a religious conversation. This is not I'm a Christian anyway, but even if we're going to have it, this is not the place for it. The conversation is that thing that actually brings you to your Yoruba-ness in terms of why do I. It's primarily because of your culture, because of your worldview, because of your value system, which is determined by the philosophy of your people, which is primarily something that Oromila gave us. And when you hear the word Oromila, I'm talking specifically to Christians and maybe Muslims, or primarily to Christians. Again, I'm a Christian. Don't think they are talking about some demon or some being. Is great, but if you ever went to school and you comfortably sat down and you studied Aristotle, there's no reason you can't study Oromila. There's no reason. And I did. I said I was going to talk about that thing. I think it's today. I want to read you a book. Give me a second. I'm going to bring you a book. Then I will tell you. I've been meaning to say something on this matter. Might as well do it today. Give me a second, please. I need to get one book. Mathematicoi and Aristomachoi. That's the word I'm looking for, and I want to make sure I pronounce it correctly. Give me a second, please. All right. I apologize for that long break. I was looking for it on another. Anyway, we are back. So let me just read some things to you. The book is called A Polymath in Transit, right? Biography of Tunde Adegbola, written by Moyofade Ikpadeola. So let's get into this. Personally, I choose to separate mysticism from my exploration of Yoruba history. That does not mean I reject the unknown, as there are certainly things we have not explained yet. But there are also many things we do understand, and our ancestors did not necessarily see them as mystical. They did not ritualize everything. They simply made some practices routine. In fact, let me go back just a bit and read some things. There's a big difference between something being mysterious and being mystical. If something is mysterious, it just means we have not figured it out yet. But once we call it mystical, it is often assumed, sometimes without any real basis, that it can never be understood. One word that gets misused a lot in this context is spiritual. People tend to use it as a catch-all for anything they cannot immediately explain. But that's not a good enough reason to avoid investigation. Excuse me. And it says we must be willing to say mysticism. Personally, I choose to separate mysticism from my exploration of Yoruba history. That does not mean I reject the unknown, as there are certainly things we have not explained yet. But there are also many things we do understand, and our ancestors did not necessarily see them as mystical. They did not ritualize everything. They simply made some practices routine. There is a big difference between a routine and a ritual. That is why my approach is always to look for the routine within the ritual. I am not dismissing those who ritualize practices. It is their belief system, and I respect that. In fact, I do not even subscribe to the idea of religious tolerance. What I believe in is mutual respect. So if someone chooses to turn a routine into a ritual, I do not label them as irrational. I acknowledge their perspective. But at the same time, they should allow me to extract the scientific principles embedded in those routines. I am not the first to do this. Then it says that many discoveries have emerged from examining ancient knowledge. Take the Pythagorean theorem, for example. It is one of the 17 equations that changed the world. In fact, it ranks as number 1. If Pythagoras were Yoruba, he would have likely been seen as a babalawo, a wise scholar and seeker of knowledge. He had two types of, before I go to the types of followers, the point here, and this is what I've always believed, this is how I've always lived my life. The fact that the knowledge of the ancients belongs to all of us, especially Yoruba people, and we have a duty to extract the information that we require to better our lot. This is not about saying, oh, there's something is just one mystical thing that we cannot understand, but it's for the deep ones. And the person that's talking about deep, he has never seen depth, but we say those things to sometimes make up for our ignorance of things. And of course, some people may go into the religious and spiritual side of it, and that's their right. Okay, but my goal, right, is to actually democratize that knowledge, to make people understand the fact that some of the problems you are seeing in society, the solutions have already been thought of by those men and women of old. And what you have to do is to study what they have said and find a way to. That's why people actually study Confucianism in corporate spaces in China. Even in the United States, people use Art of War, Sun Tzu. These are things that you would wonder what does that have to do with, corporate setting. But Sun Tzu is used in corporate scholarship. What I'm looking for? Seminars. C-suite executives using Sun Tzu to teach. Why can't we do that with the knowledge of our own ancients as Yoruba people? Why do we have to reduce everything? And I think that I see it as reduction. Everything has to be seen from a mystical standpoint. And we do that because even we that were shouting mysticism, we don't even know what we are mystifying. But if people decide to mystify it, they have a right to do so. But it's important that we also understand these things, just understand for what it is. So we're going to use Pythagoras as an example. So it says here, if Pythagoras were Yoruba, he would have likely been seen as a babalawo, a wise scholar and a seeker of knowledge. He had two types of followers, the akumastikoi. These were the religious devotees, listeners who revered Pythagoras as a spiritual leader. The mathematikoi, these were the learners who extracted and developed the mathematical principles from his teachings. Over time, these two groups evolved into separate schools of thought. The acousmatikoi focused on the ritualistic and mystical aspects of Pythagoras' teachings, while the mathematikoi concentrated on the scientific and mathematical concepts. This distinction between listeners and learners is not unique to Pythagoras. It is a fundamental pattern in human behavior. We see the same thing today with religious studies. Not all Bible scholars are Christians. In fact, some professors of theology may not even believe in God. They study religious texts as an academic pursuit without necessarily following the faith. The listeners, and by the way, this is true. I've seen a doctor of New Testament who is a Muslim. Is interacting with the text from an academic standpoint, and that's valid as well. The listeners embrace rituals. The learners focus on routines. One follows belief, the other follows method. And so, TA, that's Dr. Sinadibola, himself with the mathematikoi within the Yoruba knowledge system, meaning he approaches it with analytical rigor rather than religious devotion. His fascination with Ifa is a manifestation of his deep respect for Yoruba knowledge traditions. To ignore the insights within the system, he argues, is to desecrate the work of our forebears, those who painstakingly developed and refined these understandings over time. I might spend, and truth, if you notice, for more than a year now, I've been saying the same thing. I've been on introduction to what we will really get into some other time, but I know it has taken more than a year on introduction alone. The closest, I think the only thing I've done after that is to actually read some things. I've done Ojimole, and I've done trying to understand Oromila and some understanding Oromila. But to be honest, we're still introducing ourselves again from an academic standpoint, and I'll tell you why. I don't think there is any problem that has no solution, right? Number one. Number two, I think and I believe that there is a local solution to many of the problems that we have. And it is possible that the wisdom of the ancient could actually open us to some of those opportunities or some of those solutions. And that's why I think we should have that conversation. But I think I'm also using this opportunity to answer the people who ask me that, why not talk from a spiritual perspective? Number one, I'm not a babalawo. Number two, I think we need to reduce this interaction that we have with our traditional systems that's only based on religion. Believe it or not, it's actually not the African, it's not the Yoruba way of doing things, it's the European interpretation of what we're doing. They are the ones who said, oh, they're very spiritual. What they're doing is spiritual, because they didn't understand what we're doing, so they just put everything on spiritism, or they call it animism or spiritism. And we took it on. And now we say it, everyone says it, regardless of your religion. You're either calling something that is traditional demonic, or you're calling it spiritual or mystical. And both of us, to be honest, are mostly wrong for the most part. That's not to say there's nothing mystical about it. It's just that there's something more that we can learn from it. And we're not allowing ourselves to learn, especially those of us, in fact, all of us. The ones who gatekeep are not really learning anything. They just gatekeep. But I like those older men, by the way, because I interacted with them. They want you to learn. And when I was in school, and I mentioned this before, we'll go on excursions. That's why when I meet some people these days and they talk, I'm like, you just started doing this thing like 2 years ago. You are shouting and insulting everybody. were going to shrines for research way more than 20 years ago. Those men want to talk to you. They want to teach you stuff, of course, at different levels. But what they think, I mean, in retrospect, is that, say you went to university, if we show you this and this, you'll be able to interpret it at a higher level. You know, it's the same thing with scriptures. Sometimes where you are in life is how you interpret scriptures. Your understanding sometimes can actually affect your interpretation of scriptures. That's how it is with most things. And that's why you also discover that as you grow up, your understanding of things change. You can read the same book and like, wait, the same book you read last week. I'll give an example. When I was in school, when I was serving, one of the books I bought in camp, and I still have that book, is 40 Laws of Power. I bought the abridged version, the smaller one. I dropped that book after I was like, this book has too many. To be fair, some of those laws are demonic, in my opinion, because why would you be thinking like everything is so crafty? Everything is a game. Like, can you not just be straight and be a correct human being? Why are you always... Some years later, I got into productions, right? I've done a number of productions. People have shown me Pepe. I now found the original, like in the bigger version. Oh boy, I got that book, I read it, I understood it. Because I had seen life. And so when I discuss laws of power with people, I tell them, I don't use laws of power on anybody because I'm a Christian. Although some of the wisdom you have to use sometimes, you don't just go around trying to outshine mass and everything. But generally speaking, I don't like scheming. But if you are scheming, I will know because I read the book. You can't use it for me. I will not use it for others. I'm not trying to scheme my way into things, but I know exactly what is happening when people are scheming. But the point is, to even understand that book, I had to go through life to know that, oh boy, that one I was in NYSC, I was in camp. I didn't know Jack. I thought life was, everybody, good people, great nation. When they show me Pepe, you want to do projects, people will tell you, human beings, they will show you Pepe. And you know the funny thing, human beings are God's greatest blessings, but sometimes they can show, let's just say they can show you Pepe. The point I'm trying to make is that your experiences sometimes have a way of helping you reinterpret that's the word, reinterpret materials that you've already interacted with before. And suddenly it looks different. That's also how it is with some of these things that we call our traditions. Some of those things, if you really sit down to study them, I'll tell you what happens to me sometimes. We're going to end very soon. I live with admiration for our forebears. Like, what kind of mind do these people have? There's one thing that has to do with how they structure the file. It's in the book by Akinwumi Ogundiran. The book is called Yoruba, The New History. It's a very academic book, but it's worth it. When he talked about how they there's something called standardization. Okay, religion is not just, it doesn't just fall from heaven complete. It takes human beings to systematically approach it and standardize it so that there's uniformity. If you practice it here, it's the same thing. If you have teachers go to another town to teach the same, they will teach the same material, even if it is oral. Those people were brilliant. They didn't write it down. It wasn't a book. It's watching this cable. It's similar to what happened in Nicaea, the 4th century AD. It's similar. It's not the same thing, but it's similar. But the thing is, when you study how they actually standardize, the whole thing, the corpus, the instrument of the rituals, the instrument of divination, everything, the ones they used to use, how they move, and now how we end up. Oh dear, sorry guys, I have to. Umbo. We have to end soon. Actually, this thing is going off. We're going to end soon. Anyway, what I'm saying is that when you study what they did and how they created that structure, you actually leave that place with more respect for your ancestors as a thinking people. They were spiritual, no doubt about it, but they were thinkers. And this is the funny thing. When you think of Pythagoras, you think of a thinker, you don't think of the spiritual person, but it was also spiritual. So the question is that why is it that when we discuss European philosophers, we talk about their philosophy, we talk about their mathematics, we talk about their science, we don't talk about their spirituality. When we talk about Yoruba ancestors, we talk about their spirituality, we never talk about their science, invention, mathematics. We don't talk about anything that has to do with practical wisdom. We just go straight to the spiritual. There's something wrong. And it's part of the thing that was introduced from outside, because the way they could explain us was that we're spiritual people. Oh, if they do something, some of these things they could explain. The fathers could explain. I mean, they still explain. When they have, when you have Tomada Dafa, how do they count it? That thing is not spiritual. That thing is mathematical. How did they do it? They know it. There's a book called Ifa Fractals. Reading that book, the man was trying to explain geometry using from Ifa perspective. I'm like, this thing was here all along. But the only understanding we have of it is something mystical. Again, I'm not saying the spiritual thing is not there. I'm just saying that this Pythagoras we just read now, the idea of, let me ask a question. Let me just ask a question and just let me know. Please indulge me. If you have ever heard of acousmaticoi and mathematicoi, please say yes. If you haven't, say no. Yes, I have heard. No, I haven't. I just want to test something. I want to see if I'm the only one, because I had to read these things to be able to get some of these things. So please just help me. I want to do a little, very quick survey. If you've heard of that dichotomy, please say yes before today, or no, before this platform. If you heard of it before, just say yes. If you haven't, say no. I want to see if I'm the only one who had to read books like this to find out these things. Thank you. So all I see is no. Now, what does that tell us? What does that tell us? It tells us that we reduce the things that belong to us to the mystical. But when it comes to them, they don't tell us. Maybe they don't tell us because they don't. I don't know why. Maybe they don't want to. They're not trying to introduce religion to us anyway. They're already introducing Christianity, and they're not trying to. I don't know. If you go deeper, maybe you're going to find it eventually, which of course is what we are doing right now. But the point is, the idea that these philosophers in ancient Greece had shrines. Some of them were priests. Some of them had religious followers. They don't mention those things. Because the practicality or the practical, what's the word now? The things that were practical that they were doing, whether it was in mathematics or in science and stuff and like that, are the things that teach us. I was in a conference and Professor Akinwumi Ogundino was there and was talking about, and it's in his book as well, that book I mentioned earlier, Yoruba, the New History, was talking about how the Ife people extracted glass from sand. And was talking about the materials. So you sit there, you're like, who told them that snail shells were important in having HLHA, high lime, high alumina? No, high lime, high alumina. Who told them that they needed snail shells? What's the science? Today we know the science behind it. How did they come up with the crucible? I think we should do a session on Ife glass. Just the science of it alone just blows your mind. So the question is, how did they do that thing? But guess what? When they asked them later where they made those things, although they had although they had acres and acres of what Akinwumi Ogundino referred to as industrial park. Excuse me, please. Sorry about that. I had to change the power source. Yeah. We'll have a session on these things. When they ask them, and this is the brilliance of this. Maybe I should even talk about. Where is that book? Is it here? Is it? I don't want to sound up again. 1 second. I'll read something to you, then I'm going to wrap up. They had two answers for one question. One was for folks inside. The other one was for people outside. The problem is that most of us now behave like all we do is we are all people outside. And that is problematic. The ones they gave to people inside was scientific. The ones they gave to people outside was mythical. And there's a reason they did. They were not lying, by the way. Just give me a second, please. I think I have, so I called some part of the book a while back. This might help to make the point without having to stand up, but I'm tempted to stand. Okay. All right. I found the paper. All right. The majority of glass materials from Ile-Ife dating to the classical period in Olokun Grove, Itayemo, and Oronbado are of unusually high lime, high alumina content, HLHA. These glassy objects have proportions of alumina and lime that are unusually higher than those found in ancient Islamic, European, and Asian glasses. This indicates that these glass beads were produced with recipes different from those of other glass manufacturing centers in the ancient world. For raw materials, the Ife glassmakers and their later offshoots in other parts of Yoruba region used feldspathic pegmatite, that's granite, as their silica base, that's bulk material of formers. They added potash to the recipe to lower the melting point for the formers, and powdered snail shells were used as a source of calcium to stabilize and harden the glass and to improve the mechanical properties and physical appearance of the final product. In addition, the glassmakers used locally available mineral deposits of cobalt, nickel, and iron oxides, as well as imported copper alloys to produce beads in a variety of colors. Radiocarbon dates show that glass bead production began in Ile-Ife during the 11th century. The production was operated on an industrial scale, and it reached apogee during the 14th century. These high lime, high alumina HLHA glasses from Ife and other parts of Africa, of West Africa, have been called Yoruba glass on account of their unique chemical signatures, raw materials, and recipes. The glasses were granite-based, different from the plant ash-based glass of the Islamic world, including India, late Bronze Age Egypt, and Mesopotamia, the mineral neutron glass of the Greek, Roman, and Byzantine empires, the lead and lead barium glass of An China, or the wood ash and ash lime glass of medieval Europe. Ile-Ife was not okay. So I'm going to stop here at this point. I'm going somewhere with this. So when you see, although read the book, or we'll have a full session to discuss this thing, but the point is calcium. You are hearing lead and stuff like that. 1 second, please. Retired poet, your parents were the slaves they exchanged the glass for. I hope you are happy now. All right, what was I? When you hear that explanation from a meta-math perspective, if you're into metallurgy and materials, it makes sense, right? You're talking about a scientific, you're having a scientific conversation essentially, right? And it goes deeper. They talk about how they had their crucible and so on and so forth. I want to see if I can read you something else, but I don't want to read everything because of time. Anyway, that's the scientific explanation. But what did they tell people when they asked them how they got their beads? I mean, by the way, the glass is not just glass for glass sake. It's glass that they used to making beads, segi and inyo. But you know, when they asked them, say you came to Ife to buy something, and then you ask the people selling, like, where do you get these kind of things, these beads from? They said it was Emil Shumari, the droppings of the rainbow, or the excreta or excrement of a rainbow. Something mystical. Where would you go and look for Emil Shumari? Why did they say that? Were they trying to lie? They were not lying. They were protecting IP, intellectual property. That was patent rights right there. So they were not saying that so that you can look for something spiritual to worship. They were saying that to be able to protect the real source of what they're doing. Because if they make it clear, that means everybody can start making it. Before you know it, the value falls and nobody needs it anymore, because everybody can make it anywhere in the world. But they protected that IP so that they could build a civilization on top of those beats, and they did, and they succeeded. I don't think it was intuitive. You're also giving a spiritual explanation. It was scientific. They must have tried different things. Something will work, something will fail, until when you use the word intuitive, you are still in that space of something mystical. I mean, I'm not saying there's no intuition at all. I'm just saying that we can't reduce their work to something that cannot be explained, because if it cannot be explained, it cannot be replicated. That's the issue. If I can't explain it, I can't replicate it. And so what do? You look at them with this, I mean, almost like this religious awe, which is important, by the way. And that's the funny thing. Even if you discover the scientific thing that they used to do it, you still observe that spiritual awe. There's something I want to look for. If I find it, I'll quickly read it. It would be nice if I could find this thing very quickly, Sha. Umbo. I want to read something to you about what that location looks like in Ife at the time. But they're not going to tell anybody. And they were right not to, by the way, just to be clear. I'm going to be talking about what ọlọ́kùnrin náà ti máa ń wo tarẹ̀. Wọ́n dàbí pé ọkàn sọ̀rọ̀ àwọn arábí ká sọ tiwa náà. 13th century globetrotting. Okay, this one has to do with Ibn Battuta. Fine, I found it. God is good. Listen to this. The Ife glass beads appeared to have. I promise I'm going to have a proper session on this. I would have studied it. I would have had all the pages on ground. So I'll just be opening it for you to be easier that way. But let me just read this one. The Ife glass beads appear to have quickly risen to the highest charts on the material index of social valuation, and they played a significant role in the evolution of the integrated regional network that developed in the Yoruba-speaking world and beyond between 1100 and 1400. The story of glass beads in the Yoruba world represents an early example of technological nationalism in West Africa. You notice they're not using words like Shumari. We've gone from science to politics. Then is it? I understand. Thank you. The story of glass beads in the Yoruba world represents an early example of technological nationalism in West Africa, whereby Ile-Ife moved the instrument of political validation away from external sources and used its own products to promote a new vision of integrated regional social order. In other words, Ile-Ife used its technological know-how in glass production to forge regional connectedness and to foster the dependency of other polities on its own locally produced objects of power. It did this by creating an idea of regional identity that made glass beads indispensable to conceptualizing social order and to legitimizing the power. It did this by creating an idea of regional identity that made glass beads indispensable to conceptualizing social order and to legitimizing the power, authority, and institutions needed for realizing that order. With the rising demands for Ife glass beads by the growing number of elites and other segments of society across the region, commerce significantly expanded within and beyond the Yoruba-speaking world. It was this glass technology and its products that defined the Yoruba classical period as an era of prosperity. With its glass industry, Ile-Ife became the dominant emporium of that era. For most of its history, the Ife glass production was concentrated in Olokun Grove, in the northernmost part of the walled city. It was an industrial site that occupied about 268 hectares during its apogee. The production center was under the patronage of the Ooni of Ife, who appointed an official, Walode, to supervise the production center. The portfolio of this powerful official during the classical period included the supervision of market affairs. He was also in charge of the annual Olokun festival to honor the patron deity of commerce, glass production, and prosperity. By the way, that Olokun festival, the patron deity was a woman who traded in glass beads. And then after her demise, she became the patron saint of the people in that business, whether you are producing or you are selling. That's what Olokun was. Many years of archaeological research in Olokun Grove have yielded thousands of crucible fragments. These crucibles were the very thick pots in which the grinded recipes of pegmatite, snail shell, and colorants were melted under very high temperature to produce glass. The scale of glass production was enormous. In a 16 square meter area excavated by archaeologist Babatunde Babalola, 812 crucible fragments, over 13,000 complete beads, almost 3 kilograms of glass waste and cullet, in addition to several production tools, which include 403 fragments of ceramic cylinders, were found. I just want to stop here for a bit. If you pay attention very well, you see many things coming into play. You see science, you see politics, and then you see economy. Okay? And then you also see deification. But the real intent of deification was not worship. It was honor. Olokun was a hugely successful businesswoman who traded in beads. And Tonlo, she now became like the figure. That person represented the people in that place. That's why they call that place Olokun Grove. Essentially naming it for her. She was alive when the thing was on, and it was not her own. She did not create it. But because she had become their patron saint, is what the Yoruba people did in different guilds. All I'm trying to say is that we have to go beyond. I mean, those who want to have spiritual conversations should have it. They have that right. But as Yoruba people, we have to go beyond that. While you are having that one, or let me put it this way, if you want to have that, have it. But we should also be able to have the ones that have to do with material science, philosophy, politics, economy. And those things are not mutually exclusive. Or rather, we should not shy away from discussing those things because we want to focus only on the spiritual aspect. If we do that, we're going to lose what our fathers really gave to us. The crazy part in all of this thing is that what they did with that spiritual thing was the facade. The substance was economy, the substance was politics, the substance was science, the substance was everything we just mentioned, but the facade was spirituality. Emil Shumari. You'll be looking for Emil Shumari all over the place, you would never find. Anyway, I hope that helps. I'll have a proper. Let me read to you about that Emil Shumari. I didn't read it, but it's important to also read it. Come on, I've been going to console him. Only here, Ẹkáàbọ, there's something that I think. Give me a second. Can you imagine? I can summary. One such myth describes glass beads as Emil Shumari, excrement of the rainbow. Oshumari rainbow is a deity believed to reside in Olokun Grove. The boa constrictor, Ejo, is the physical manifestation of the deity, whose multicolored excrement, glass beads, is believed to accumulate as the gifts of the deity to Ile-Ife. You find that in the book called Orunmila by Elijadu, who happens to be a priest, a Christian priest, and did the book on Orunmila in the 1920s. Anyway, that's what he wrote in the book. Then German explorer Leo Frobinus was also told by informants in Ile-Ife and other parts of West Africa that glass beads were the gift of the goddess Olokun to the people of Ile-Ife so that they might grow richer than the rest of all mankind. That's the news for the world. But amongst themselves, they knew they were doing scientific innovation. We need to study those people and not just reduce them to marabout. There's nothing wrong with being a marabout. I'm a spiritual person. I like to pray, but we don't have to take one and jettison the other, if you get what I mean. Thanks for being part of today's session. By the way, for those of us who are Christians, there's something we're going to start this month. I talked about it some time ago, but we do this thing for. I'm saying Christian because it's spiritual stuff, and the spirituality I know is Christian. You know the way we pray for Nigeria and pray for Kenya. We pray for Nigeria, for peace in the country, pray for the world. We really pray for Yoruba land. And one of the reasons I believe is because we don't see it as a nation. We see it as a part of Nigeria. When we pray for Nigeria, it's like being German and praying for the peace of Europe, but not praying for Germany. That's what we're doing. So we're going to start something this month. Boys, we're going to be praying for Yoruba people, for Yoruba land, for Yoruba people. And it's not just prayer for prayer's sake. I believe, and this is where spirituality comes in. I believe that with spirituality, your heart can be open. You can see opportunities that other people are not saying, and you can use that as leverage that will not benefit your people. And I think that's where we are right now. And you can also pray intelligently. You can come up with solutions, and I think that's what we'll be doing. It's going to be once a week, and if you'd like to be part of it, please send me a message. Just send me something on Telegram or on TikTok. I'll send more information in the next couple of days. But we're going to start in April, once a week. I believe, again, that is, I believe in the spiritual. So the point is, and I tell Christians this a lot, if you're a Christian and you pray, one of the things you should look forward to has to be answers. And I think what we've been taught, which is erroneous, is that the answer could be the information you get to be able to get what you are looking for. And I think our theology is warped for the most part, respectfully. I mean, I'm talking about myself too, so all of us are inside it. You know, it also has to do with our worldview. You know, we are praying, we are killing enemies, we are killing witches. And then when we travel, we say, oh, nobody kills anybody in the US, nobody prays for... Well, we both don't pray like that. So we have all these things, issue, you know, let me not go into that. Let me not even go into Yoruba mythology and the pantheons. I was going to say something about Ishu and those who worship or venerate Ishu. Oh boy. Let me just put it this way. I think our fathers were probably, no, not probably, I think they were wiser than us. I think that their relationship, especially the ones who are educated in the arts, their relationship with their deities is not the same relationship that most of the populace have with the deities. And I think a lot of us have also brought that mindset into Christianity. Hopefully we're going to do better. So I'll tell you more about it the next, maybe before the end of this week. All right, but we're going to start in the month of April, which is starting in 2 days' time. All right. Someone said, what's the meaning of Ajay, not deity area? I don't understand the not deity area thing. I don't understand the not deity area. Sincerely, I don't get your question.
Anyway.
Maybe I'll get it later. And if I do, I will respond. Thank you very much for being part of this session. It's been a long conversation. But thank you. Whether you came for the Amerigonka beat or you heard everything with this Yoruba thing that I think will help us make things better. Yoruba land will be great. Nigeria will be great. We'll make progress. And if you ever feel bad about where we are in Yoruba land and you're always thinking, when are we going to become like Awo and things like that, it's a dual thing. There's a spiritual side to it, but there's also the physical side to it. One of the interesting things you discover about Awo was that he was actually a very spiritual person. When he was taken to prison, he went with about 4 books. The Bible, the other 3 were devotionals that he went to prison with. There's a spiritual core to what people do, but the one that everybody sees is the practical one. So that one that will be that is eating or that will be about spirituality is one we're going to start in April. So join us then. All right, we'll be here tomorrow at 4 p.m. if your time was West African time. Excuse me. White Kubo, you are here. Yes, I will. We should talk about it though. We're starting first week. I just think we need to pray because we'll talk, we'll pray, then we'll act. What we're doing now, we're discussing. Yeah, we're discussing amongst ourselves. We'll now talk to God. And let me tell you my own understanding of this thing. By the way, we're just chatting. You know, in the Bible, I'm a Christian. In the Bible, Daniel was in the palace of Nebuchadnezzar, and then he had a dream, and then he told the wise men that they should tell him the dream and the meaning of the dream, which makes no sense, right? It's easier to tell people, this is my dream. Answer, tell me the meaning of the dream. But he said, tell me the dream and the meaning of the dream. And people were like, makes no sense, nobody can do it. It was going to kill everybody. Then they prayed and got the answer. I think that's what Christianity or faith should be doing in the public space. where you can actually pray, you get answers, and like you now implement, or you get what I'm saying, now implement that in society. Anything else is just we're just enjoying ourselves, and I think we do that a lot. Hopefully God will help us. Not even hopefully, God will help us. Thank you for being here. That's been a long monologue, but thanks to everybody who came up. Remy guy, Mr. Remy, you're still it's what are they? Mr. Remy Bumblebee, everybody that came up, you are many. Ibin Danfodio, that one also came up. Thank you everybody for being part of today's session. I'll see you tomorrow at 4 p.m. if I time West African time. Before we go, we're going to have the anthems. Thank you. I didn't want us also to click on the art icon. Can you imagine? But you guys are doing it. Thank you. Thank you, Babworth, Ose Global. Thank you. Thank you. Because we need that thing. It actually does help the life a lot. So thank you very much. And thanks everybody for the gifts, for the roses and all of those things. I really appreciate your generosity. Thanks a lot. White Gobo says, even Akintola was a lay Baptist preacher. How you managed to accept Ààrẹ Ọ̀nà Kakanfò, only Jesus knows. It is true. We need to pray hard. I mean, Ààrẹ Ọ̀nà Kakanfò is not a spiritual title. It's a title. It's like a prime minister of defense, so to speak. Like minister of defense. It's like saying, how did the minister of defense in Abuja, how did he manage to take up that as a Christian? There is a way around those things. What we call tradition today is what some people put together. Our generation also puts things together, change some things, make things better, and we evolve. But thank you for that, White Kubo. All right, before we go, we're going to listen to our anthems, the Nigerian anthem and the Yoruba anthem. If you would like to support what we're doing here, I'm going to put up the account details while the music plays. Please use them or use it when you're putting on it. Please use the account details and support what we're doing. We have the sessions every weekday, Mondays to Fridays, 4 p.m. Ife time, West African time. So we'd like you to support the live. Thank you very much. Now to the anthems.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigeria, great motherland. Our flag shall be your symbol that truth and justice reign. In peace all battle honored, and this we can
àwa ni ìmọ́lẹ̀ ògo adúláwọ̀ ìmọ́lẹ̀ wọ̀ ni wọ́ọ̀kùn lágbára ọlọ́run ilẹ̀ yorùbá ò ní bàjẹ́ nàìjíríà náà ò ní dàrú ilé ìwọ ọ̀nà wa ọlọ́run bá wa ṣe yóò dára. Thank you for being part of today's session. I'll see you again tomorrow 4 p.m. if your time was African time, and latest by Wednesday I'll give you more details about the spiritual aspect that I talked about earlier. We'll be praying to be online as well, so wherever you are in the world, you can join. Thanks for being part of today's session. I'll see you 4 p.m. tomorrow. If your time, West African time, tomorrow, Tuesday. Gonna have a great time together. Do have a lovely evening, and God bless you. Oda Araweshe.